What's good, family? We live. Back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing help, wealth, and a better understanding of self. Y'all know we go live Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. I didn't go live this Tuesday. Um, y'all know what happened. My old boy passed. But we're gonna get in the news for today, man. Salute to everybody who been tapping in with me, man, in the post in the community section. I appreciate y'all. We getting in on these the agents they sending at us, y'all. They sending agents at us. But I'm gonna go over Trump, Nicki Minaj, go over a little FBA business, and I'm gonna open up the panels, man. If y'all wanna speak our truth, salute, salute. But let's get it, man. We're gonna tap in.
We're also pleased. My daughter, she went crazy when she heard that this was happening. I want to go. You know, she happens to be in the wrong state right now for that.
As well, what's good, family?
When she heard that there's a certain person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history, Nicki Minaj. Come on. And, you know, and Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell. Not quite. Not as much, but that's okay. But Nicki makes a lot of money.
He said Nicki makes a lot of money. That's why he taxing her. He gonna tax her. What's good? First time on the channel. First time on the channel. What's good, Park Boy? I appreciate you, man. FBA all day. Salute. You part of the family now, man. You got to tap in with her. Let's get it, man. You talking about she got a lot of money.
And she's generously stepping up. She's investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump accounts to support the children and really the children of her incredible fans. That's great. Focus.
So she putting, she giving Trump that money. Ricky's World, what's good, family? Renaissance woman. Man, I feel good seeing y'all, man. That's what's up. Early tonight, so y'all stay safe. Nikki, this is crazy. For real, we going over this, man, and we're gonna go over some FBA business.
And that. Why should you give to somebody else's fans? Give to your fans. I like that. But and I just think she's great. You know, I've been hearing so much over the years because I didn't know Nicki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter and a Trump fan, and she took a little heat on occasion. Her community isn't necessarily. I tell you, we did pretty damn well with that. With your community, as we say. But Nicki has been an unbelievable supporter. She gets almost as much as Mr. Wonderful over here. He's been another one that's been so good. But I'd like to ask you to come up, Nicki. Come on up. Come on. She's been such a great supporter and a great supporter of Trump accounts.
Y'all hear he keep saying that. She been a great supporter of my accounts. She been a great supporter of Trump accounts. You know she trying to stay in the country, man. Eric, what's good, family? Nice watch. What's good? FBA in the building. Feel good. We got Theme Mob. Salute, man.
And I said, I'm going to let my nails grow because I love those nails. I'm gonna let those nails grow.
The mob, salute, fam.
She's so good. She's been MAGA. What can I say? She's been with us all the way, right, Alex? She's been with us all the way, and just want to thank her. And it wasn't so easy. For you, it was easier, right? You want to come up? You want to come up? Mr. Wonderful, come on up here. You've been terrific. Come on up.
You say Trump just saying anything, huh? He's saying anything, ain't he? No. This is wild.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen. Okay.
Thank you.
They told her, look, don't say too much. We don't need you saying too much, messing up our business. But Nikki paying $100,000 to Trump, man. I don't know what's going on. Mickey, what's good? You in the building? All this who they claim was queen of hip hop. Yeah, she lost all that.
Thank you. Just stay right here.
We're giving more love.
On behalf of all the entrepreneurs in America, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because
Look at Mr. President. Look, he holding Nikki hand and all. What's going on, man? This is wild. She a joke. Man, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. Nikki, man, she had to do what she had to do to stay in the country, I guess.
we create 72% of the jobs. Companies 5 to 500 employees, and all we care about is policy. We love policy,
Trump has a
pro-business
crush.
policy, and these accounts are fantastic for independence and support. I thank you very much. It's all about the entrepreneur, and I think you know that, sir.
Well, that was great. A little interlude. I don't know. That's better than getting Scott Bessent up.
So there y'all see it, man. Nikki, he put Donald Trump in. Nikki getting extorted. But you know what's crazy is we should be the one that she should be having to pay taxes to. You know what I mean? He definitely wasn't letting her hand go. Man, they had a pedo. They just had a pedo celebration. But I want to show y'all this also with what's going on with our indigenous rights right here. Let me show y'all this though. And we're gonna see where this go. If they still holding this up. Y'all check this out. Let's get it. Make sure y'all hit that subscribe and that like button.
There was a paper genocide that occurred, and there was the officials in Virginia deliberately expunged the records. They destroyed the official records and most of the private records. I've got a statement that gets into the whole thing, but basically, a lot of Virginia's ruling elite claimed to be blood descendants of Pocahontas. And in their view, that meant that no one else in Virginia could make a claim that they were Native American, a descendant of Pocahontas, because to do so would mean that Virginia's ruling elite would have to be classified as all other non-whites were, which was, in quotes, and this was the law, the inferior Negroid race. This is what it was about. And with enormous hypocrisy, Virginia's ruling elite pushed policies, got them passed, and it culminated with the Racial Integrity Act of 1924.
People have actually written over the records where it was put in that they were Indian, and someone went in and wrote black over it. And you can actually see in censuses from time to time where they may have been Indian in the first 3 censuses, and then the last 6 of their life, they're considered black.
We are the original people of this land. We have been reclassified but we was already living here when the Spanish, when the French, when the British came
Salute,
here.
family.
We've been here for thousands and thousands of years, not only in America, but in Canada, in Mexico, Central America, the Caribbeans. These people took over our land, not only in America, but Papua New Guinea, Africa, Australia, the Pacific Islands, are the original home of people that look like us.
Now, it's a dude who's claiming she is canceled and she's gonna file for bankruptcy soon. Shout out to Victoria Spirit, man. Yeah, everybody don't like what Nikki doing right now. Elder Baba. Yeah, Elder Baba be speaking some truth, man. But shout out to Call Dog, man. What's up, Solani? Shout out to the Solani tribe. They got a fund that where a lot of, I'm gonna play this clip too. But they saying that it's a lot of companies that's moving back out of the country because a lot of black people are claiming indigenous rights to the land. And they got a lot of that going on. So that's what's good to know, that it's a lot of talks about the land, us getting our land rights back. I find it funny that it seems almost everybody in the world wants to tell what FBA to think and what to do, except for the evil American Republicans. Irony of it is, it been like that, man. Shout out to shout out to Gearhead. What y'all think about that? About what he said? That it's really about time. Yeah, it's really about time, man. Shout out to Call Dog for mentioning that. Jersey City in the building. Ninja is selling her soul to the highest bidding. I had to look her up. Music sounds like bubblegum rap. And what's so crazy is, she losing so much support that I don't think she's gonna be the best female artist. I don't think she's gonna have that clout like she did. A lot of people didn't like her doing this. She probably had a lot of Democratic following. That's what's crazy. Imagine you have a whole bunch of fans that Democrat, and then you switch over and claim Republican, and then they cut you off. That's crazy. But yeah, I'm gonna try to pull that up for y'all where he's saying how it's a lot of people getting their indigenous, they getting their indigenous rights. Let me pull it up for y'all real quick. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Shout out to my boy Introvert Rockstar too, man. He sent me some content to drop, especially on that boy Deontay Kyle. But let me bring y'all up to speed with what's going on, man. I appreciate everybody for tapping in. Y'all know how we do. But check out this brother, man. He giving out real game. Call Dog for putting this out here, man. This is what we need to be on. Check it out. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. They switched me out of it. Hold on. Let me put this one on. All right. Put another tool. Check it out.
Did you know the Hyundai plant in Georgia, 6,000 of the workers so-called quit? Saw videos that the plant that Hyundai sits on, and the reason why those 6,000 workers quit, because the indigenous people claim that land, claim that whole territory. Also, Marvel the comic, Spider-Man, Superman, Batman, Robin, Wonder Woman, all the artificial superheroes. Well, Marvel is moving out of Georgia and moving to the UK. I wonder why. Why all these countries or companies jumping fence now? Oh, that's right. The indigenous people that came back for their fucking land. If your birth certificate reads black, Negro, colored, African American, etc., and you indigenous, do you know you have an ironclad lawsuit against the United States under misclassification? You know you can go after the United States for misclassifying you. You can get fucking damages out the yin yang. They already shipped almost 20,000 so-called Native Americans out of this country. They're cleaning off all those reservations. They're taking away their rights. They don't get free land. They don't get free housing. They don't get any money. They cancel all that shit. They took them motherfuckers straight out of here, bro. They taking them out of here by the fucking boatload, right? That's why you see these so-called Native American Indians, the pretendians. That's why you see them now making TikTok videos about, hey, do you feel bad or are you ashamed of the dating of Native American woman or Native American man? But my problem is you got illegal people telling illegal people that they can't be here. The only people that should be telling people they can't be here is us, right? See, y'all got to pay attention, man. Nobody came to our rescue. Nobody. Now everybody want to know, oh, when did black women and Latino women start fighting? Now you got these pretendians or Native American Indian women looking to date black men because they know that we the only one can get them to stay here. And hopefully none of my people want you for what you did because you got our money, you live free off our land, and you made a lot of fucking bread, and then you try to steal our identity. Grab your birth certificate. If your birth certificate says black, Negroes, colored, or African American, you got a golden lawsuit against the United States because that's misclassification. That's false identifying you as something you're not. In order to have jurisdiction, you have to own the land. If you don't own the land, you don't have jurisdiction. That's facts, right? United States does not own the land known as North America.
Man, I appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. But yeah, we standing on business tonight. Renaissance woman said, don't fall for it, FBA, man. Hey, peace and blessings, hey, Bria. But yeah, man, we have to know about our land. This seems to be where all of this back to Africa theory and all of the stuff they pulling over our eyes is right here because of the land. Let me let them keep finishing.
This land is owned by the indigenous people. So if you don't believe me, there's a case law. Look up the 1848 case, Turner versus the United States. The Supreme Court in 1848, I think it was June 6th, ruled that the United States can never own this land. This land always belonged to the mound builders. So if the United States doesn't own the land, where did we get jurisdiction from? Jurisdiction for the United States does not exist on this land. That's why when y'all go to court, y'all got to have these documents in your hand. So you hand it to the...
Y'all, shout out to the Caucasian man that come in that's standing on FBA business with us. Y'all salute to them though. Hold on, let me dog play.
Judge, you show it to the judge. The Supreme Court, the highest court on the land, ruled that the United States does not have jurisdiction on this land. And no, the birth certificate does not give them jurisdiction. The driver's license does not give them jurisdiction because those two documents have false information on them. You cannot put false information on a valid document. If your driver's license says black and you're indigenous, that driver's license is fraud. Once you put fraudulent information on a document, fraud voids everything it touches. There's a document out there called Law of the Free Will and Consent because we are the indigenous people, right? So they did that so they can govern you, right? They did that so they can govern you, which is fraud. You have a lawsuit against them for doing that online and look up this document. It's called UNDRIP, UNDRIP. Let me spell it again. UNDRIP, right? Okay, it means United Nations Declarations Rights of Indigenous People, right? That's what that word means. Pull up that document. Go to Article 8, 9, and 10 in that document. Okay, so I don't care who it is: Barack Obama, Jasmine Crockett, Kamala Harris, Democrats, Republicans. You got to stop voting on this land because you're giving up your freedom and your rights to fall under a government or so-called government that don't give a fuck about you. In 1848, in June 6, 1848, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that United States can never own this land because this land belongs to the mound builders. So look up this. This is a Supreme Court case law. Barrows, Barrow versus Baltimore mayor and city council, right? The Supreme Court ruled that there's two types of people here on this land. Okay, one is the American people or the American Indians, which is us. The next one is the United States citizen. Okay, and it explains to you that the United States citizens have no rights on this land. So if this land belongs to the indigenous people and the United States have no rights here, why is Jasmine Crockett, Barack Obama, Roland Martin, D.L. Hughley, and all these other motherfuckers telling you to go vote for the United States? Why? You already free. If all these motherfuckers, if they want to see you free, all they got to do is call you indigenous. All they got to tell you is your true identity is the indigenous people. You own the land. When you vote for the United States, you go under their constitution, right? So you fall under their jurisdiction, which means that you don't have any rights. That's why they take away your kids. That's why they kick you out your own house on your own fucking land and make you buy water and pay for power on your own fucking land. That's why the police always pulling you over and giving you tickets. Because you keep going and voting for these motherfuckers to tell you you need a driver's license to travel on your own fucking land. Has anybody ever heard any of these other countries giving out speeding tickets in their land? Because Germany got something called an Autobahn, right? And it's a big freeway and people drive like almost 200 miles an hour on every day. So why don't they get tickets? Why is speeding tickets only here in our country? Bill Gates said it best. Bill Gates said, black people are naive and stupid, right? Because we don't pay attention to shit. They use Jasmine Crockett, they use Barack Obama, they use Jesse Jackson, they use the NAACP, they use all these people to help hide our identity. And every day y'all love these people. Well, tell them call you by your true identity. And that's why you're being treated the way you are, because y'all so far up Jasmine Crockett ass can't see that Jasmine Crockett is the clown face for this system. You're giving up your rights. If these people mean you any good, they can tell you that you are the indigenous one and you own the land. That's how you fight for people's rights. You tell them the truth. All these other countries are kicking the United States or so-called United States people and the American Indians off their land. They're there to help control your black ass and help to keep you away from your American sovereignty and your rights to live as you want to live. That's why you're paying for mortgages. That's why you're paying for power bill, water, cars and stuff like that, because you done gave up your rights.
Now, what y'all think about that? What y'all think about what OG is saying? OG is saying that we have already the classification. The land is already ours, but it's the deceiving that they're doing. Shout out to Ray's Head. DJ Biggs put exactly. There's a pattern of reclassification, also using the prior name color that was reclassified for FBA and new recycling that term as people of color, aka BIPOC. Salute, man. I remember when last year when I was being harassed in New York and I explained to them that I am indigenous of the state of Georgia, the Chateau tribe, and they let me go free. Man. And there's still a ton of unincorporated land in America that the government doesn't own. We need to start clicking up, buying it. Yeah. Buy up all the land and now the world is ours. When you say you are a driver, that makes you commercial for hire. We have to travel. I heard about that, fam. I'm glad you said that. Yeah, when you call yourself a driver, we already know about Crooked Crockett. You already know, bro. She ain't even from the land. They have turned our rights into crime, and that's illegal. That's big. That's what I'm saying. It's illegal with some of the stuff that we're doing, but if you don't know what they doing is illegal, it don't work. You know what I'm saying? We gotta know that it's illegal. He's spitting truth because I remember my mom used to tell me what tribe I was from, and my grandma is Native. And when I stand on those rights, the white man fall back. Dang. That's what we're gonna have to start falling on then, family. He's right. And he's way too many names, even to this day. Some of our people calling themselves Hebrew Israelites, African. It's a mess. Dang. Every baby born in America is on the stock exchange and the main commodity of the nation. That's cold blooded, man. Yeah, it's time for us to get what's ours. We know that it's our land. It's the United States is a corporation. Big facts. Big facts. Mama Lisa in the building. I appreciate you, Mama Lisa. Yeah, but this is big. This is what we got to understand. There's been a lot of people talking about indigenous rights and indigenous land. And we got to understand what's going on. This is some people even say they're going to have to return it to us. What's good? What's good? Poor hackers in the building. The reason the states have squatters' rights because the settlers were the first squatters. For real though. Let me see what they're gonna put. No revolution is one without the sacrifice of blood. Yeah, man. Big facts. It's gonna take some. It's definitely gonna take some making it happen. I tell you that. But it's in our court right now. It is in our court. But I just think that was real. I just think that's real important that we know about some of our people that's speaking on this. Mhm. But let me let y'all drop this. We have to figure out. Call Dog, what's good, man? I just played that video you sent me, Call Dog, but you already seen it, so you know what's good. Yeah, the video with your boy, speaking about our indigenous rights, man. I want to talk about that on this show today, man, and have a call in and we discuss some of that because that's very important. Claiming what's ours, especially being tribal, knowing that we got land that was tribal land, and some people say that they can't even put nothing on it. But check out this female here. Put by 2030, they all gotta leave, Mama Lisa. Y'all ain't gotta go home, but you gonna have to get up out of here.
That I ever got. I really wish we would stop calling white people Americans and stop calling the true Americans black, which is so rude. I was watching this documentary about New York City, and it was like 3 Negroes went into the bank and they robbed the bank, and Negro this and Negro that. Black is the translation of the term Negro. Okay. And lawfully and legally, we are American Indians. When we start identifying correctly, we eliminate racism. Because what did you just call me? Black is a status symbol that they're reducing you to so you can play that black white game with them. It only works if we play the game. But I don't want to play this game with you anymore. I'm an American Indian and you will respect me.
Ooh, y'all see how she coming? FBA needs a leader of higher weight class, intellectually like Claude Anderson, to go independent or negotiate our best interest. You can say that Claude Anderson is our leader. He the one who really, we got his books. He's the one who coined all of this. So all of this is Dr. Claude Anderson's, this is his vision, what we doing right now. If he wasn't pushing and putting all of that stuff out, putting all that information out, we wouldn't be to this, where we at today. So sometimes you don't got to be a leader like the old days, bro. Like It's leaders that's going on, bro, that you don't even know they the leaders. They just in the back. You don't even know they leading, but it's other people speaking and doing all of this. Leader is only for people who want to know what's going on. You feel me? For the nosy people, for somebody that's trying to infiltrate your situation. They want to know who's the head guy, who calling the shots. But other than that, it really don't really matter. But when people want to know the leader because they want to be able to take shots at them. But if you don't know who a leader is, it's like nothing you can do. In my opinion, I want to know what y'all think. We already had the leaders we needed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Claude Anderson laid the blueprint. I got his books, bro. Like he's spitting the game. We gotta take the game and implement it. It's like the coach gave you the plays. Here's the play, bro. Run left, go deep, throw the ball. We just gotta run the play. So it's not about leader, I think, no more. It's about running the play and not putting everything on the internet, bro. Like everybody don't need to know what we're doing, what's our moves. That's it. But I can understand we're living in new times right now, y'all. Like this internet stuff is different. Like being strong on the internet is important. A lot of people be saying, "Oh, bro, they on the internet." Like they trying to have these DNC people. They be talking about them dudes just on the internet. But that is so powerful because that's currency. We're able to talk to people. We're able to connect with each other. We're able to come together. Like that's powerful, bro. We didn't have that back in the days. We had to be, on the corner. It's our project 2026, for real. But a lot of people don't understand. It's a new day. The stuff that you thought about that worked 10 years ago or 40 years ago or in the 60s is not that, bro. We have to get out of that mindset. And a lot of people be coming into my chat saying all of this. They be like, yo, I need you to, we got to do it like this, like they, like it's a new time. We need the new energy. We need our younger people to be coming up with the new strategy right now because we living in this new world. And a lot of our elders, they haven't been in this new world, so they don't really, but don't push us back. We ain't trying to go, Salute. DJ Biggs put these FBA sellouts going to Africa and getting African names after the sacrificial ceremony. I believe they will put under a spell to be loyal to Africans, to Africanize FBA. I agree, fam. Thing wrong with having leaders or representatives. There's never been a society without one. I mean, I feel like Dr. Claude Anderson is the leader. I mean, not the leader, but he's basically our elder. He put this together pretty much. So it's like, I don't know, man. We see it in two different ways. I feel like he's the leader of this movement. From what we doing, he led this. He's the one who directed his people this way. What more do you want the man to do? You want the man to be out here having meetings and talking and doing speeches. He don't got to do that. We got the information. We know what we need to do, and we just got to move accordingly. Rubies, man, I appreciate you. But them leader days, I think, is over. I just think, like you said, the United States is a corporation. Who's the leader of that? Who's the leader of the United States corporation? Y'all tell me, who's the leader of that? He has the blueprint. Shout out to Erica Kane, man. Mm-hmm. Shut up. You put Bibby. Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Mama Lisa put the billionaires. Right. But we don't see the traditional leading that they do and what they're talking about what we lead. They used to us having leaders like our leader like Huey P. Newton, Bobby Seale, them just being the face, them being everything. We can't have that. The central banks, allegedly. Federal Reserve, I agree with that. But I like how we only heard one person. Call Dog said Bibby. So it's like that's a person that we can say that's a leader. But then Mama Lisa said the billionaire, Federal Reserve. It's like a group of people, bro. It's like it ain't just one person. That's what I'm saying. That's the best way to get things done. Is to have a group of people, putting things together. We are, we all are leaders. That's the beauty of it. One band, one sound, on things that matter. Yeah, it just, it just say money. It all happened in 1930, I believe. I did listen. I did hear. I'm gonna bring up some stuff about that 1930. Let me let her finish cooking.
That's it. That's the end of the game. Quit calling them people Americans. Call them people European Americans. Since they calling us black, what the hell? American people have always had dark skin. So we're just Americans and we don't know who they are. We don't know who the Europeans. Who are you? You're not American though. Your ancestors.
Yo, so that's how y'all see it, man. It's a lot of indigenous talks right now. A lot of indigenous talks right now. Let's get to some more.
This is my favorite comment that
But a lot of people ain't talking about this online. It's like, they ain't, but it's a lot of people discussing stuff like this. What you put, Ray, FBA, salute to your family. Jekyll Island is where America was divided up. Leaders can be taken, a movement can't be stopped. That's what I'm saying, man. And that's what we preaching, man. That's what we preaching. The code is the leader. All we doing is checking people, making sure they on code and they understand the code when they off code. I'm doing good, Mama Lisa. I'm doing good, man. Just trying to keep my father entertained. I know he was always watching, man. He was always watching. Was it 1871? I'm not remembering what year, but we perhaps the only nation was tried as a matter of national policy to wipe us out indigenous population. Dang. Y'all see how they do? But I'm finna open up the chats, man, so we can have our conversation. Y'all know how we do. It's always a good time. It's always a good time when the family come together. Yeah, man. But I'm gonna let's get it. I want to play some of y'all this what we got going on. So as you see, these how they tried to say the Indians is. Look at this. If you go to museums, they're gonna make sure they'll never show you a black Indian, bro. I'm talking about the society never show. We have to show people that there's black Indians, but society, when we went to school, they never showed us a black Indian. Cassandra, was good, family? Man, it feel good to have y'all in the building. He helped birth the water god. Salute, man. Pot water. For real, man. I appreciate that, fam. They even stole our names. They stole our names. They looked it like us, knowing that these people are not from this land. And it's crazy you say that, Lutero, because other countries show us as black, show the black people here. They represent us, but the other ones, they don't, man. That's what's crazy to me. Even Colombia, all of these countries, they show us, like they show us as being black. But here in America, they want to make it seem like, you know, all of these people, look at this picture. They want us to believe that everybody who came over here was not, you know, they didn't look like us.
And who does Mr. Miller and the slaughterhouse cases say the 14th Amendment applies to only and exclusively, pretty much? The Negroes.
That's the first time I've heard that. And so it's going to take me a little bit to kind of digest that, I think. I don't want to offend anybody because I
It's gonna take her a minute to digest that. Y'all, they can't even digest this right now. They like, dang.
really just see us all as freaking meat sacks. We're just different melanation levels. Like, that is how I see.
Well, that's why if you really want to not offend people, stop calling people African Americans.
Yeah.
Use the word African, and you're insinuating 12.5% or higher African blood. There's a lot of black races. The Moorish people, all these other cultures, all these other bloodlines that would never in a million years be classified as a Negro. It even says right in the definition, all colored people, Negroes are always colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes. Literally one of the definitions right out of the book. What that definition is referring to is there's a lot of black races that are not of African descent.
And this got to go mainstream, y'all. And not even that. They don't even let us, they don't even preach and say that the Aztecs, the Mayans, all of these people was black. If you Google it right now, when you say, what was the Mayan tribe? Was the Mayan tribe black? It's going to say no. Was the Aztec tribe in America where they built all of this stuff, were they black? They're going to say no. Google is going to say that. And we knowing that they was black. So it's like they're intentionally trying to hide the lineage of the people right here on the land. Let me let them.
Certain Indian tribes have very dark skin. There were people who were here in America even before us that had dark skin, and they're out in the sun all the time, or who knows what, and they may look even darker than they really are. All Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes.
She just can't fathom to understand this right now. He giving her the game, and she's still trying to be stuck on that old way of teaching that they gave her. But y'all notice us so-called African Americans are the only ethnic group in America with the term American in our name. For example, we are called African Americans. Whites are just called Caucasians. Crazy, ain't it? Yeah, man, y'all smash that like button, man. Push me on the algorithm. Greatly appreciate that. Just the indigenous business. I got another one. Man, my dog is barking. I got another one I wanted to show y'all. One of our ladies. I'm finna open up. You can Google what a real Native American look like. And you think it'll show up? Think it'll show up there looking like us? You can Google what real Native Americans look like. The United States government fraudulently changed the identity and history of names of the copper brown indigenous Indians. Man, we got some real deal. I'm trying to look for this sister who said some good stuff on this. But this is getting more and more traction, y'all, and I guess a lot of stuff that we not they not putting out on the mass media. They only putting it out. We only seeing it on social media, but it's like nobody really talking about it. Check this out. It's a sister that she really giving the game to her. But I'm finna open up the chat. Let me put that in there for y'all, bro. Gotta get up mad early. Yeah, man, I feel you. Watch the replay. Y'all have a good night. Salute. Man, I appreciate you, man. We're gonna holler. Yeah, check out the replay. We're gonna get into some stuff, but I wanna get what y'all feel about it. Cause I listen to UBTV and he talk about all the time how America was the first civilization. Check out Mike TV. He be putting it down about our original heritage. You the third person I done heard about Mike TV, bro. I'm gonna definitely look into him. Nadine Henderson put denationalization, misclassified, mislabeled, reclassified, misrepresented, and identity stolen from the original copper brown indigenous people of America. It's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, family. I feel you. I feel you. Mickey Jones put, you know what's funny? So many of us look African, but you look like my grandmother's father. He was Choctaw. That's crazy. Mike TV. Okay, I ain't never. Y'all put me on the Mike TV. I'm gonna check them out though. Daryl, what's good, family? Salute, salute, man. Yeah, we just standing on FBA business tonight. Y'all know how we do. I wanted to show y'all this lady who was standing on business, man. They don't want me to show her today. But
my biological father is.
But this dude here, y'all know we've been Albert Perry. There you go. Born here in America, South America. DNA strands is the older than anyone on this earth. And he Black American man. Yup. Black American man.
My biological father is black. My biological mother is white. She gave me up, and I get on my knees and I thank God every day that I was not raised by her, because I know for a fact that my biological grandmother is a racist.
So y'all notice anybody who is in the Democratic Party, they go so hard on white people. They go extra harder than anybody else. Don't be putting in no work, don't be doing anything, but only thing you will hear them always saying is white people, white people. Y'all go get them, but they never doing nothing. They never doing nothing, always pointing. We know about Uncle Albert. Yeah, man. We put Uncle Albert on this channel, man. Salute. He the one who really is putting us in a lot of this indigenous position. But I'm looking for my the sister, man, who was putting good game for us. Is that her? No, that's not her. I can't find her right now. With black money. Yeah, y'all hit that like button for me. Push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. But check this out. The U.S. Black American travel market season. Salute, man. I appreciate you. But let's look at the travel market. The U.S. Black American travel market. Mama Lisa in the building. I'm going to add you in. You see what I'm saying? Dread World, like, if you say, was the Mayans black people, they're going to say no. Was the Aztec black people? Google going to say no. They don't want us. They trying to hide this information. So y'all know we talked about delineation. We talked about the clinics. I've been really going in on that with Yahweh Awakening. I'm trying to figure out more on how his setup is, but that's gonna be my first. I feel like I want us to do it's something called fun. It's like a fund where you can put together or we can start. And that's my next step. I'm gonna want us to be starting something. But Corey Jones said the Democratic Party only care about immigrants. Mama Lisa, you there, Mama Lisa?
Look here, Water. Can you hear me?
I can hear you good, Mama Lisa.
And you know, Mama don't feel good today, but
Oh.
I just woke up and I seen you's on here. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm about to change my mind now. Y'all don't eat me up in the chat. I was thinking about something on the other day when I'm watching all these here videos of what the boy name. He say we ought to go out there and with the ICE people. What the name? We got a
Willie D?
content. Yeah, him. And
Willie
then
D.
what the woman name that was running for the president. What's the name?
Kamala Harris.
Her. Now them two people in particular, if they going out there, I'll be out there with them. I want to see them go out there. They just trying to get us to go out there to get us all deleted and can on. They ain't gonna go out there and get messed up. Why they want us to go out there, Water?
They want us to be the front line.
That's right. They trying to talk all this old man thinking we some dummies and can on. I'm a law-abiding citizen. That's the law. That's all I'm saying. These folks trying to get us to go out there and get us hurt and can on, and then we don't have a leg to stand on. And what we need to do, you was talking about getting the word out there, you know, all the content creators and the create down there in the chat and can on. We need to share, you know, and we get bigger. People need to know because a lot of people still ain't heard of the FBA. And the more challenge we have going, you know, putting it out there, the bigger it gets because people really don't understand where we come from and who we are. Everybody ain't came from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna get on I'm here and let y'all young folk continue on so I might learn something.
Yeah, right. And likewise, Mama Lisa, we learn we right with you. Like we ain't finna let nobody put us out there on the front line now. We'll be a fool.
And that's right. That's right. I ain't going out, y'all. I'm gonna stay right here in the bed where it's warm at. You know I'm old. I can't be out there and can on. All right, I'm gonna go back down in the chat. I might come back up later, Water, if I don't fall asleep. I sure do love y'all all in the chat. Y'all some sweet young people.
Yeah, love you, Mama Lisa. Exactly. Willie D out here for one whole year without security. Man, I'm telling y'all. And not only that, though, check this out. 100. Check this out. Willie D, he act like he didn't watch the content I put out him when he did that video. Willie D gonna pull out another video, and this was a response to my video. He gonna put out another video dissing the Democrats. Like that was his angle. I'm like, look at this dude. He wanted to talk about a Democrat supporting ICE. And it's like he did that because of the video I put out about him. He had to let people know that all of these content creators that is on the side, they want you to feel like they not on the side. But the problem is, like I was talking to Introvert today, and we were saying any FBA content creators, they not getting those sponsorships. If you see the guys who I'm going at, you know, they getting sponsorships. The Democratic Party is throwing them money to say certain things. We ain't getting none of that. Like some of our biggest content creators on FB, we are eliminated from trying to, for them even sponsoring us. Look at Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum getting all of these sponsors, but he talked down on black people. Look what Antoine Daniels do. Talk down on black people. You're going to get sponsorships. When you keeping it real, how we keeping it real with FBA, is no money into that. They already align you like, nah, we ain't dealing with it. But this is why we do it. We doing it because we care about it for real. And that's why you know, we gotta support grassroots movement. I'm gonna come out with that shirt, man. I'm gonna drop it this tomorrow or the day after that. It's gonna be grassroots. You know, we are supporting our grassroots movement, man. If you tell the truth, we got to do it. Yeah, for real. That's true. They want to suppress the message. I'm telling y'all, man. They want to, and then what they do is on our YouTube channel, they make some of our content where you don't make money off of it. Like they'll put yellow signs. Oh, this content is not eligible for advertisement from YouTube. So you literally gotta be like, man, I ain't even care. All of the FBA, the real FBA guys, they really not even caring about, you know, they just more focused on connecting with the people. Because that's the game right now. Yeah, it kills corporate narratives. It's like they'll be a fool to try to push me up because I'm just doing that. I'm grassroots. So it's like, and once we more understand that, we're gonna understand our power. Like it's power into that though. People are under the African spell. Tatum just kissed the small hat's ring at the ceremony a few months ago. You get what I'm saying? That's what they do. Yeah, they'll even delete your videos now. They not like they'll block them. Big facts, bro. It's not, man. But you know, that's the price. That's what I appreciate, man, with the guys that's doing it. That's the price you gotta pay. You know? That's why we need to stop giving these African Pan-African shine, because they're being paid to call us ops. They being paid to try to like disrupt the movement. Like they sicking them at us, man. They coming at us. They coming at us. Yeah, I'm really in the pocket. Yeah. But I love being grassroots, man. Like I wouldn't change it for the world, man. It's more realer. You really connecting with your people. You really connecting with the people, you know? And they really got your back. So it's like for real. And I appreciate y'all, man, for supporting this channel because that's like big. You know, we getting these grassroots movement off the ground. That's the point, you know. But we was just talking about it. You know, we was talking about how like, you know, the white companies ain't paying, but it would be good for some of our companies to look out for us. But still, it don't even. Yeah, because when the people paying you, they control the narrative. You can't speak freely no more. You know what I'm saying? Like I can go over here and say, you know, F the right, F the left. I can say F companies. I can call out the caucus. You know, you can say whatever I want, and it's not. But some people they cannot. They can't. You know, their mouth is paid for. Priceless. Shout out payroll. You can't. It's like you can't. You can't put a number on that. I'm with you. You can't put a number on that. Cannot put a number on that.
So here's the most important thing. When you guys sit up here and sound ignorant and sit here and say, oh, the Republicans are racist and blah, blah, blah. You guys sound so fucking ignorant. Okay. Remember, Abraham Lincoln was a Republican. Abraham Lincoln was the one who freed the slaves. Abraham Lincoln was the one who was assassinated in the balcony of a fucking theater. Why? Because he freed the slaves. And guess what? The Democrats ain't never wanted y'all Negroes to be free. But I'm going to do y'all a favor. I want y'all to go listen to Malcolm X, one of his very last speeches, when he says the most dangerous and detrimental thing to the black man is the white liberal.
Dang. Was he lying to us? Abraham Lincoln and a free no slave. Yeah. She not telling the full story about Abraham Lincoln. Oh nah, she bugging. She bugging. She bugging, man. We be having more and more people been saying these people bugging. You know.
That breaking news from the 7 investigators. A local judge accused of making racist and homophobic comments is vacating her position after being removed from her docket more than a year ago.
She called herself racist. We know all the judges.
It's a story the 7 investigators first broke in September of 2024. 7 investigator Heather Catallo is here with what she has learned.
This has been a long process. You'll recall we revealed recordings of Judge Kathleen Ryan making some shocking statements. Judge Ryan has essentially been on paid leave for 15 months and once described herself in those recordings as untouchable. The Judicial Tenure Commission has been investigating this for more than a year, but they did not take action against her. Her lawyers confirming to me late today that she is retiring, and the vacancy for her position has already been posted by the governor's office for potential candidates to apply for an appointment to the bench.
I can honestly say that, okay, I'm not systemically racist, I'm a new racist.
The 7 investigators were the first to reveal the recordings that Oakland County officials say prompted Judge Kathleen Ryan's removal from her docket in August of 2024.
Black. I'm so off at this Black Lives Matter, #MeToo, all this. Oh my God, I'm like, you.
On Wednesday, a judicial vacancy was posted on the State Bar website saying the former Oakland County Chief Probate Pro Tem Judge was vacating her position on the bench.
That's love, family.
Ryan presiding. Good morning. You may be seated.
Ryan was a probate judge for 13 years until the Oakland County Probate Court administrator filed a complaint against her, alleging Ryan had been harassing him, calling him after hours for years, and making racist and other inappropriate comments.
I've never met anybody that enjoys hurting people and brags about it the way she does, or intimidating people, scaring people.
Hutton said.
So y'all see how they be in the she just won a mini. Salute Fresh always. So y'all see how them judges be, right? Them judges really be trying to stick it to you. And I think they getting money. They getting money on the other hand with the system. So they love just.
Says his complaint was not acted on for months. So he then sent the recordings of his calls with Judge Ryan to state and county officials.
I just want to make it right. And I want the people in Oakland County that come to court to get a fair shake, to have their day in court, to have an unbiased trier of facts.
If you're black from any other country, you're doing way better. If you're an American black person, then you're a lazy piece of.
Judge Ryan has been paid for the last 15 months while she was out of the courthouse, and taxpayers have been footing the bill for visiting judges to handle her docket. Now her lawyers say she is retiring and leaving the bench. Judicial Tenure Commission investigations are.
I don't like it. I don't like it, fam. We got Dead Set Anime in the building. What's good, family?
Hey, greetings.
Greetings. What's this is why FBA need a hate crime bill. Exactly, hate crime bill. But what's good, Dead Set, man? What's going on? What you feel about the live so far? What caught your eye?
What caught my eye was some of the stuff that I did not know, because y'all, the last time I was on, y'all were talking about the I forgot, the indigenous FBA. I am absolutely clueless about that stuff, because the only thing that I know is the history that I read, the history that I studied in school, and things along those lines. So I don't judge it. I'm
Right.
just like, okay, I need to dive down
Understand
that
them.
rabbit hole. Yeah.
I did a little segment about it. You probably came in a little late, but they classified us a lot. They classified a lot of the Indians as Negroes. I'm gonna probably catch another segment in here a little later on, but they definitely been playing with our classifications for a long time. This ain't school. No, it ain't school, but those 12 years of indoctrination, I played a video earlier where I played y'all. Let me show y'all that. Let me show y'all that real quick. Shout out to Nate the Great, man. Been sending me content, bro. It's like, bro, I got the best supporting cast, man. For somebody that only got 10,000 subscribers, I got a full team. Check this out. Let me put you on this game here. Let me put you on this game here, bro, so you can understand more on the indigenous side. And we're gonna come back. We're gonna come back to this. But check it out. And I know some of y'all probably already seen it. But check out what she's saying right here.
American versus African American, American Indian versus African American debate is a product of what you call epistemic oppression. Stay with me. I don't talk about stuff like this on social media. This is not my niche, but I really want to just touch on this real quick. Our people, Black or African American, are experiencing this form of epistemic injustice where whatever we say, we're not believed or we are dismissed because it contradicts the whitewashed historical narrative. What we learned in those Tim McGraw history books in elementary school and middle school and high school, and the pictures that we have seen from adolescents all the way up to grown adults.
We definitely got to unlearn and relearn. But all of it is making sense now. It's back to Africa. Check it out.
Led to this very moment. When it came time for us to reclaim our power, we would have no credibility. For 12 years in those textbooks, we learned what Africans look like, white people, and Indians. So this history, these narratives are so deeply ingrained in all of us of all nationalities because we've been, like I said, we've been learning this from what grade to what grade. These lies, because they are lies, I hope we're here. The lies were made true, so much so that our genuine history seems unbelievable or silly. So what does that mean for us? That means that we have no credibility when we speak our genuine historical truth. That is what you call marginalization and silencing. Silence the Black voice and their testimony loses credibility. And this is why our truth will always be questioned, dismissed, or made to sound irrational, because this is a form of racial gaslighting. And sometimes it can make people of color question their own knowledge because it's...
Salute, man. I'm with you on that, Blue Cash, Mellow, man. A lot of that stuff, that history stuff, bro, was not even, it didn't have my interest at all. I'm falling asleep during all of this stuff. I remember that time in school, I was more focused on sports. I didn't care nothing about that stuff.
Colliding with this.
But I did care about was when Black History Month came around. I was wanting to know some information that was going on. That's what I kind of cared about. So they still got me. They still indoctrinated.
Powerful, false narrative. And this is why you have people who look like they're African American or Black and get on TikTok and say, I just found out I'm Native American, and everybody is flooding their comments. The Native Americans are flooding their comments like, are you dumb? The white people are flooding their comments like, oh my gosh, you guys hate yourselves. Other Black people are flooding the comments. Oh my gosh, you hate yourself. And I do this at African American and Black because understand that people of color were reclassified over and over and over and over again. And so were Native Americans and American Indians. They were reclassified as well. And if you don't know what reclassification is, then just let that be your homework. Let's also not forget the fact that the term African American and Black was never a thing at a certain point in time. So before that, what were we? We just all came from Africa, right? And the last thing I'll speak of in the comments, that when people of color come online and say that they're Native American and they're so excited, and then we have the official Native Americans that come in the comments, a lot of the opinions are based on the person's proximity to whiteness. And what I mean by that is that people who get on here and say, hey, I just learned I'm Native American, if they don't have a certain hair texture or skin color, you guys are automatically saying, no, you're not. Or they'll say, well, you're not full-blown American Indian. Your other parent is probably African. And it's just really funny to me because when a white person gets on here and says, hey, I just learned I'm Native American, nobody is saying anything about them being mixed with European. Is it because they look more like you? Look more like you? Nope, that look is just the proximity to whiteness that you're comfortable with. My people of color, I encourage you guys to continue to dive into your lineage. If your great grandma and grandparents have told you time and time again that you are American Indian, that our people were already here, they're not lying. They have no reason to lie. That is your truth. Let's reclaim our time, reclaim our power. We don't need the approval from anybody. They want you to think that we need their approval. We don't need their approval. It's okay.
At all.
This Native American versus African American, American Indian versus African.
So this is another one I want y'all to see. Check this out.
Most people don't know that the New World Order started in 1492.
Salute, Brooklyn Crook.
Where did they say Columbus was going?
1492. Sailed the ocean blue.
And what was he looking? Where did he find?
He was looking for India, right?
No, because India wasn't called India yet. That's a fallacy.
Okay.
India wasn't named India until the 1900s.
Ooh, so what was he looking for?
The New World.
Got you. Okay.
Everybody tell you that the New World was this land over here.
Yeah.
But it's really the old world. So they tell us one thing, but they do a different thing.
Right.
So when they came over here and found the old world, they called it the New World because it supposed to have been a new discovery. How are you going to discover something that's fully populated?
Right. You
can't discover a new land when there's millions of people on it.
That makes sense.
We ain't never left. We ain't never went nowhere. We still here and they butts. Most people don't know that the New World Order started in 1490.
So what you mean he late? Ishmael, what you mean? What he late on? Chief Pontiac, my favorite. I heard about him, man. It was prophecy. The earth was given into the hands of the wicked. Shout out to Johnny Gross, man. Johnny Gross, my bad. Okay. I'm with you. Oh, I got Dead Set still on. Dead Set, man. My bad. I ain't.
Oh, you good? Because I'm usually quiet anyway.
Yeah. So look, we told you about the Indians on how we was reclassified. So from what you just gathered, what's your take on that?
Well, I have some habits that come from academia. Number one, always check the source. And I don't have any sources. And number two, look at the evidence. So, like I said, the only existing evidence that I have is what I've learned.
Right.
And, as with any
what evidence is that? Oh, you mean the evidence that you got?
Yes, you what I learned in school. And what I've read, because I did do some, of course, I did do my own research out of school.
Right. So check this out. You feel that the information that you learned in school for 12 years was true?
Oh no. That's the reason why we studied out of school. Yeah.
Right. So the stuff that they taught you there, it was like, oh man, that ain't true. So
yes, but I also read people like Dr. Naeem Akbar. I read people like Pernell Lipson, who wrote Daughters of the Trade. I've read, of course, a lot of our Black authors, whether it be W.E.B. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, especially Carter G. Woodson, Miseducation of the Negro is must read. So I read all of those books. I mean, not all of them, but I read all of those authors. And that was us telling our story. So I'm not when the first woman was speaking in the first video that you showed that I was up here for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at that and I'm reading it, and I can't completely dismiss some of the out of Africa stuff because we do know that there were some blacks who were brought over here on ships.
Wait, hold on, hold that thought,
Mhm.
thought. I'm so glad that you said that. Hold on, before let me play this real quick, and I want to hear what you think about this.
TikTok is only for entertainment purposes and educational purposes only. Do your own research and use your own discernment. Anything you take from this video is at your own risk. With that being said, so I'm on slavevoyages.org, right? Just doing some more research type shit. And have you actually looked at the records? No, like actually looked, because I decided to go deep, right? Because I wanted to know exactly how many enslaved Africans they brought directly from Africa into the Americas. Look what this shit says. All right, so boom, this is the slavevoyages.org website, right? So I filtered the place of vessel departure because I want to know exactly how many enslaved Africans, once again, was being imported from other ports outside of America into the Americas. So these are all the ports outside of America where they was capturing these slaves, right? And then I filtered the place where the vessel voyages ended. So this is where they ended up at after coming from outside of America from those different ports that I showed you last time. So I filtered to mainland North America and Spanish mainland America, which is the Americas, right? So according to slavevoyages.org, from the years 1700 all the way up to the 1800s, they didn't even have documentation from before that. They only recorded about 7,005 enslaved people coming from outside of the Americas into the Americas. And if you look at the summary, the stats, right? Once again, captives embarked from outside of the Americas was total captives were 7,005 enslaved people, right? Captives disembarked when they got to the Americas was actually 6,091, so it's actually less than that. Now, mind you, from the 1700s all the way up to the 1800s, they only recorded about 29 voyages being made. Mind you, again, these were coming from all the ports outside of America into the Americas, right? So just keep following you. So I decided to take a step further, right? Because I want to see how many African enslaved people was coming just directly from the African ports, not other ports, but just the African ports. It is worse than I even thought. All right, so once again, I filtered the place of vessel departure, once again, just to reflect the African ports. And I filtered the place where the vessel voyage ended just to the Americas, and I've included South America as well. And look what this shit says. Captives embarked, meaning coming outside of the Americas, 414. Captives disembarked, coming into the Americas, only 408 enslaved people was recorded coming into the Americas just from Africa, from the African imports. And if you look at the table, let's look at the table. And they only recorded one trip, guys, from 1803. That's it. They only recorded one trip coming into the Americas of the African slaves only come from the African imports. One freaking trip. Oh, but wait, let me show you something even more eye-opening. If you look at the intra-American slave trade, which is the domestic slave trade, it says captives embarked 742,000, captives disembarked about 700,000, and they made about 37,000 voyages within the Americas from different ports within the Americas. Pay attention. So from the 1500 all the way down to the 1800, and once again, this is for the intra-American slave trade, guys, the domestic slave trade, it only recorded 109 Africans being moved within the Americas. But when you look at Brazil, they recorded 196,000. The Caribbean, they recorded 213,000. Mainland North America, they recorded. Okay, boom. So I just wanted to hit you with that. Dead set anime. So I showed you this fact. You can go look at yourself, you know what I mean? But I researched it and stamped it.
Okay.
The numbers is not adding up. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I do understand what you're saying, but I also know that most of the ships did not come straight to the Americas. They went straight to the Caribbean and down to Brazil first, and then they made their way back up.
Right. So you were saying that you know that it was people being shipped.
Yeah, there were people. There was some out of Africa movement. I'm not saying that it was 100% out of Africa movement. That's what I'm saying. But there were people who came in from Africa. And just as that it is also plausible, extremely plausible, that there were already blacks here as well.
Right, but you see how that still leaves a contradiction, right? Salute the she built journal. Because listen to this. what if somebody was to say that America, right? Because this is what we're saying. A lot of people are saying America was the first civilization, not Africa.
No,
So
I
they're
can't.
saying
Yeah, I
that it was people that traveled to Africa to show them and actually was slaves on building those pyramids and stuff like that. So it's the other way around for what the whitewash history is saying. They're saying that we came from Africa and traveled to America. You get what I'm saying?
yeah, I get what you're saying, and that doesn't make any sense to me. That simply doesn't, because there are too many artifacts. There's too much. There's too much writing. There are too many other civilizations, such as the Silk Road, who interacted with the Indians, with the Africans, with the Chinese, and the whole 9 yards. There's too much information out there. Going all the way back to the the Khufu dynasty, which was like 9,000 BC.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if somebody is saying, right, think about it.
hmm
We don't say nobody is in Africa that comes from another place, or even in Jamaica. I mean, we don't say that they are indigenous people on every piece of land. You get what I'm saying?
hmm
So for you to say all black people came from this one place,
No, I don't believe that either.
yeah, it's you got to be stealing. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, I
So
don't
even
believe
if
it.
somebody says to me, if somebody comes out and they say, "Oh yeah, we all came from Africa," that's whitewashed to me. There's no way. You get what I'm saying?
hmm Yeah, I get
So,
what you're saying. Yeah, that's plausible. I also truly believe that, as far as the first ones, it was black people, because it's already been proven scientifically that the most diverse DNA, it resides in black people. And Dr. Frances
mm,
Cress Welsing already spoke about the dominance of black DNA in her book, The ISIS Papers.
right, and it was kings that was here that they don't speak about that traveled to Europe and was over there that was right out of the Americas.
hmm
Tartarian. It's real information out there that they don't want us to know. That's what I'm saying. But they do want us to know that the Indians didn't look like black people that was here. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? Like in Africa, they're not saying, it's people that don't look like them on the land.
hmm
But we got that here. So it's just a lot of the points that people make about Africa, like the numbers ain't adding up. So it's hard if the first, like Albert Perry, if you look up this, he was the first, he got the longest DNA that's tied to this land.
Right.
Pretty much meaning that this land was inhabited first more than any other land. It wasn't another piece of land that was inhabited first, but that's neither here nor there. But
Yeah, because it only proves that he's got the longest DNA. It doesn't prove
right,
who actually came before him. It's just saying, okay, this is the one that we have that has DNA going back this far.
right. But what that does show is nobody else don't have DNA going to their land that first. You get what I'm saying? So statistically, we're shown as the first civilized until somebody comes up with something else. You get what I mean? Where we had land. I mean, we had, a civilization going on here.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that we had civilization, um, because even if we just stuck to out of Africa, those civilizations are older than any on the planet. That's officially, let's put it that way, officially older than any on the planet. And this is something that not even the whites can whitewash.
Mhm. Right. So do you believe science is racist?
The application of science is often racist because the early
Mhm.
anthropologists were racist. However, if you're looking at something like STEM, or even medicine, if it's truly practiced, then you're not going to get the results that you want if you if you're coming at it from a racial point of view. So
Right.
yeah, so it's like saying numbers are racist. No, they're not. And besides, we know that black people were the first ones to exploit the zero. So let's just call a spade a spade.
Right. Anywhere.
Yeah.
Now, think about this. If what I'm saying is true, right? Let's say what I'm saying is accurate. America was the first inhabited land. Black people was here, they're indigenous here.
Okay.
How would that make it different from the narrative that they already pushing? What would that, how would that change things in your opinion?
For me personally, it would be a negative because with the out of Africa position, we remove a birthright to two different lands because by virtue of them bringing us over here using the out of Africa theory, we gain a birthright through their own through their own actions, and yet we maintain a birthright in Africa through the Africans who sold us. So we got two arguments to make with the out of Africa theory. Now, with the Native American theory that you're positing, we only have one birthright. I think that diminishes our position, but that's not what's important. What's important is what is true. Now, we can blend the two and then keep both.
Wait, so you mean it diminishes our position? How? You mean for Africa?
For Africa itself. Because
So
because that's the whole thing. The delineation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a claim against y'all too, because y'all are the ones who were selling your people to the Europeans. There's a claim there.
Right, but the stats don't show that. You know what I mean? You were selling them, but who was selling the American slaves?
Oh yeah. The Americans sold slaves to each other because Virginia itself was the biggest slave trader in the colonies. Because they started breeding and then selling them, because the females did not start coming over for the American slave trade until much later. It was close to the end where the British outlawed the international slave trade. So the females didn't come until much later.
Right. So what I'm saying is, right, the narrative is in Africa, right, we got to take up reparations for them, people who were shipped, and that's a very small amount. What about the people that was in America? Like, why don't people talk about who shipped them and sold them into slavery? You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, you're talking about the Native Americans now.
Right. I'm talking about
right,
the people that's here that's claiming that, their rights. Like, why? It seems like that narrative that you gave me that we got to hold accountable to Africa is running away from the stuff that was done to people that was right here. You get what I'm saying?
Oh no, it's not running away. I'm holding both arguments to be true.
Right. But it's hard. Like you can't, if both of them is true, right? Which it could be a small amount of people that that they said that they brought over here. But the real case is done on the people who is of this land. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the real case.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why when I talk about reparations, which, as I stated, I believe that we should get reparations, that we have to start with the government who did, or governments, plural, who did the enslaving here.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be pretty much, the Brits. Well, let's just say modern day Americans, because I can't really start prior to the Constitutional Congress. And that would have been 1788. 1788 is when the Constitution was ratified. So that would have been 77 years of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow and all the residuals that come after it. Right. And then anything prior to that would be the British. But we can't make a legal argument against the British if international slavery was legal. But legal by whose standard? Yeah.
Right. But do you believe, see, now it comes to, we got to believe what's real history and his history.
Right. And we can only make an argument on his history. That's the issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can we can kind of sense when something not right, but as we finding out more and more information is coming out. Because I asked both of my grandmas, my grandpas, their lineage is Cherokee Indian.
Okay.
So they should be telling me that I got African descent. Not somebody, not a school. You get what I'm saying?
Why shouldn't the school tell you that you have African descent or even Cherokee descent? Because I think those things are supposed to be taught in school.
But how can a school tell you what your lineage is?
Because the schools, just like anything else, are a product of a greater institution. Like schools belong to the government. Or if you're in a tribe, the tribe is the institution, and whatever school that you have in that tribe or community represents the collective experiences of that community or tribe. So it's the same way with, schools that are made by the government. Now, the thing about schooling in the United States is that we work on the Prussian system. And the Prussian system, was based on the King of Prussia, where he stated that, give me your young and I will turn them into citizens.
So basically you saying we should learn our lineage through school.
No, I think we should learn our lineage through our learned elders.
Right.
That's
So
the reason why I mentioned, Carter G.
what if
Woodson.
our elders, so listen, what if our elders is telling us something, but then when we go to school, we hear an African American?
Well, that's going to happen anyway. I mean, look, I was born in 1971. So I was on the busing system. I caught the tail end of Jim Crow. They were telling us one thing in school and I was learning something else in my own neighborhood.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, but just like you said, right, when you went on here, you was like, yo, you learned a lot in school, and then you realized a lot of that wasn't true.
Right.
So that's where it'll be a problem at. If you know that, if you're true to that, then we got to take our education from these government camps, we can't trust them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, anybody who
Like
trusts the government.
delineation kind of means education as well.
Right. I agree. So how can we delineate if we don't know who we are?
We do know who we are. The thing about it is it's the misinformation.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
And that's what I'm trying to weed out, the misinformation.
But the misinformation is coming from the corporate systems. You get what I mean? It's not coming from our people. Our people already know, they've been told from their parents and they passing it down. Like both of my grandmas on both sides they didn't even know each other, but they're saying the same things. And I get other people that I'm here, they're saying the same things too. So it's like I gotta go with that as fact. That's like passed down notes. What do they say that is factual if you got written documents of your lineage is facts like written notes.
If lineage is passed down in written form,
It's
definitely more reliable. But much of African American history or Black American history is oral.
Oral, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Even African history, a lot of it is oral.
Right. So was it anything in school that you learned that was true, that was facts, that you know of, that you say now and you be like, okay, they taught me this and this is actually true. This is a fact.
Well, yeah, history for Black Americans was very sparse when I was in school too. So if you got your same units, you got your Martin Luther King or February, and maybe you heard about some Harriet Tubman or something like that, but we didn't hear about Nat Turner. We didn't hear about Denmark Vesey. We didn't hear about, the Seminoles or the Haitian Revolution. We didn't hear about none of that stuff. So I learned much later that, let's take about Black slaves in America. I learned how much we were whooping their asses all up and down the East Coast, up to the point where the Civil War had to happen. And I also learned things like the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is there because they were afraid of the Black revolts. It wasn't nothing about overturning no damn government. And this is the history that they wrote about it. So, this whole thing, like it's somebody like let's take one of the coons who do mislead us, like a Tommy Sotomayor, just like a Brandon Tatum. These fools would sit there and say something like slavery was a choice without even knowing how much we fought. Because yes, some of them do say that slavery was a choice. And I'm like, you certainly don't know the history. Because they were afraid of black folks to the point that they created a Second Amendment.
Right. They created that Second Amendment.
Hmm.
But the reclassification. So what do you classify yourself as?
Black.
Black. Right.
Hmm.
So what did your what did you get that from school or did you get that from your parents?
Now that actually is in the culture. We were called black for a very long time. So it didn't really matter whether it was in school or not. Generally speaking, people with my description were considered black in America. And people who look like, I don't know, Angelina Jolie or Donald Trump were considered white, and that was that.
But you say you was born in the 70s, right?
And I was born in 71.
71. So
And we were called black.
you was born when the Black Caucus came around, so I can understand that term. But then they switched from the term from black, then it went from African American. You remember that?
Yeah, African American had been floating around for a long time. There was a black scholar who introduced African American in one of his books, but I can't remember what his name was, but it didn't really catch on. And it was the black academia who came up who reused the term African American, but that was their way of delineating at the time. Because being African American does support the argument of reparations, and that was always the goal, to get reparations.
Right, but did you ever speak to your grandparents? Like, what did your grandparents? Because you still elders. I got a 78-year-old grandma I was talking to. I think it was last week, and she was
Hmm.
telling me all of this. What was your grandparents telling you what you was? Did they say you black, and that's all they said? Because my grandma didn't say. They
No, no,
said
no, yeah.
Cherokee.
No, my
Indian.
grandmother said
They didn't
Negro.
say, that's what they said. They didn't know anything else. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to know, like, what did they tell you, like what you was? Like what
Well,
did they say?
the first question is, where was your grandmother located?
My grandmother was located, well, she's saying she's out of New York, but she's saying all of her family was out of South Carolina, North Carolina. And my
Okay,
dad's side is from Mississippi.
okay, so yeah, down in South Carolina, you also had the Gullah Geechee and all kinds of stuff, and that's also where a lot of the anti-slavery fighting was taking place with the Seminoles, and that was the blacks and the Indian unions that was out there kicking Andrew Jackson's ass. I was further up north in Virginia. That's where my lineage is from. Southampton County actually used to be called Jerusalem, Virginia. So when I met my grandmother,
That was the first spot. Just to interject, that
mhm,
was the first state to ban black Indians. So where you from is the first where they didn't even they didn't let black people be called Indians there.
mhm,
Pretty much suppressed the tribes, you know?
mhm.
That was the first spot. But go ahead. I don't know if you knew that. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So that's
Um,
probably why, yeah, we can Google that and look it up, but it's probably why you don't have no Indian background from your parents, probably because the system kind of tried to remove that in Virginia. But
right, probably, yeah, because I mean, where I was at in Jerusalem, Virginia, understand that that was also the place where Nat Turner did his rebellion, in the very place, off the very same plantation that my great grandparents were on. So when I went to stay with my grandmother for the summer on my mother's side, and my father's was his was right down the street too, because they all knew each other. That was the same house that her family was sharecropping in, and so from her we got Negro, but for my parents it was black.
okay, so she said y'all was Negro,
Yeah.
right? So, like I said, it sounds like if your parents are in like from here, like they're not from nowhere else. Like I
Mm-hmm.
mean, if you saying you from 71 and they're from here,
Mm-hmm.
they had to be. It's a lot of people that's from America that's their grandparents is saying this, like Indian, Blackfoot, Choctaw. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it could be a case where you probably just they probably sold, your family to not even, get rid of that real term of what they are. That could be the case if you
Mm-hmm.
really from here. Because I feel that every black person that's from here from a certain time,
Mm-hmm.
that's what you had to be. It couldn't have been anything else. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Choctaw, these Indian tribes was the only thing that was going on. So it's like it wasn't just like regular people here. It was like you was in some kind of tribe. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't know that history, so I
Right. You
can't
don't know that
speak on it.
history, but
Yeah.
it's definitely being suppressed though.
Mm-hmm.
In my
Yeah, I agree. I agree that a lot of the history is being suppressed. So of that part, I have no doubt. I just don't know what the history is.
Well, let's check out what Tamara. Tamara just said, born in 75. Her great granny said we were the
Asiatics.
Asiatics. Okay, it's
Yeah,
first
I've
time
heard
I
that
heard
term
that.
before. In
I heard
fact,
that.
my great grandfather on my mother's side is Chinese. Yes, there were Chinese slaves in the Virginias also.
So wait, your great grandfather
On my mother's side
on
is
your
Chinese,
mother's side was Chinese.
and their last names are the Tans.
But hold on. What year was this? This was in the before
Great,
1900?
my great grandfather. That would have been, yeah, that would have been. See, my grandmother lasted until she was 80. No, she was like 90 years old. My,
Right.
because you got to understand, I'm 54 years old. So we keep going back, and then prior to that was my grandfather, and then my great grandfather would likely have been enslaved.
Right, but you saying you have Asian, so you saying that you also have Asian
Hmm.
in
Yes,
your.
there's a Chinese man there.
How did a Chinese man come to Virginia back then?
Oh yeah,
Was it
there
a
were
lot of Chinese people? So it was a Chinese
no.
tribe in Virginia.
Now Chinese were exported also because they came like to New York, and they were used as servitude as well. Yes, there were lots of people here. Remember, the Great Railroad expansion was large, had a lot of Chinese workers. So yes, there were Chinese slaves here.
That's the first time I heard of that, bro. I don't know if I can. I can't confirm that. I mean,
Yes.
you got some facts on that? Is
Yeah.
that chat? What y'all say, man? He saying it was Chinese. He saying it was Chinese slaves over here, or Negroid too. Yet they did say that didn't get much done.
Yes.
That's something that everyone said that's true. They weren't enslaved.
Hmm.
So they weren't enslaved, but were they what? Slave owners?
No, they weren't slave owners.
Oh.
You have the I'm looking at some of this stuff right now. Um they were called coolies. I hadn't seen that term in a long time. And I don't want to engage in any type of Dunning Kruger because I want to be able to be factual about a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at briefly, like many of the Chinese laborers came from the sugar plantations in Cuba. Um, but like I said, I would have to do more research on it. But yes, my mother actually went and met those people who were the Tans, and I heard my grandmother talk about her father who was Chinese.
Now that you said that, I'm so glad you said that because the Chinese did come here. We can fact check this. They came and was warring with Indians here.
I don't know anything about that, but
Okay, but I'm saying it was you talking about the Mangalore, so it's like the same, Hold on, let me pull this up. But I had something where in Google might not get it. Chinese came with, they were with another. What would I say? What was those? I think they was with. Make sure it's factual.
Okay. And take a look at the timeline of the Opium Wars, because that was when the West was really digging into the Chinese. And I think that was around the mid 1800s.
Yeah, the Exolian. That was a long time ago, though. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but this is what Google. I don't really trust. I had the source was from one of our people, was FBA.
Mm-hmm.
That's his history class, where the Native Americans are the Mongoloids and Siberian Indians. Yeah. So this
I've
is
heard
just,
that. Yeah.
yeah, like the Mexicans and the Chinese, they kind of look right. In the Philippines, it's kind of like, the same, but that's who here now. Like those are we feel like the people who are saying that they're Indians right now, they're Asian descent.
Okay. I can't argue that because I don't know anything about it.
Right.
I mean, I know they divide them into haplogroups, and because I did have a DNA test done, and I stopped putting my stock in that crap because they stated that my sister, we got the same parents. They gave my sister Ghanaian ancestry, while giving me Indian ancestry of haplogroup A2. And I'm sitting there like, we're siblings. Why are we getting different things?
Mm-hmm.
And this was on the African ancestry site. Well, actually, I did African ancestry, and she did 23andMe. So it was two different things.
Right. But what I'm saying, I got what somebody said, Chinese came during the 1800s. But they came with I think they came with kind of like the Indians that we have over there, the pretendians. I think it was a scheme for them coming. It was like, it was war. I don't think it was just like they came over here to just, they came over here with them, with the Europeans, I feel, to conquer.
I mean, okay, think about this then. You know the tale of Yasuke, the black Japanese samurai, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the time, he was the only samurai in that land. I mean, only African man who was in that land, brought over by the Portuguese. So it is quite plausible, and I'm saying that it's actually happened, that yes, we did get some stragglers who were from other nations, from other cultures. It doesn't really mean that Chinese labor or slave labor was widespread, but it is plausible that, a few of them got caught up in that mix. And one of them just happened to be my great grandfather or great grandfather.
Right, but to go far to say it was Chinese slaves on this land, you get what I mean? Who enslaved them?
The same people who enslaved us, white people, because they were the ones who were engaged in the Opium Wars also. It was the British Westerners.
Right. I mean, I don't know. From my recollection, I wouldn't call them slaves. It was kind of more like they were going to war. And I wish I could have that. I can't pull it up right now, but it was kind of like they was on the sides of the Europeans. You know what I mean? Not really like being took. Like, why would Europeans take Chinese people from China and bring them over here to enslave them? Why would they do that?
You're asking me to make sense of people with low IQs. That ain't.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, it's already people on this land right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
What reason they didn't come over there by themselves, right? The Chinese didn't come over here by themselves. They was captured in China. What you saying, right?
Well, there were some Chinese people who were captured. Yes, I will agree that.
Captured and then brought to America, right?
I don't know by whatever means that this man or maybe the person before him got here. They were here and they bred with,
bred with black people. That's just like what they saying with Africans, though, right? It's like they grab Africans over here and then they brought them to America, right?
Yes, and some Africans still breed with Indians.
And then, so it's just don't. It's weird to me that all of these, why wouldn't they just use the people that's here? You get what I'm saying? That's where it's confusing me. It wouldn't. It'll be too costly to bring slaves from a whole nother country. You know what I mean? When you already in power anyway, it doesn't add up money wise, financially. You know what I'm saying?
Human cargo. Human cargo is very profitable even today. Yes, it's human cargo
Human trafficking, you saying?
Yeah, trafficking. Yes, trafficking has always been very profitable.
Right. So how many Chinese you think that they traffic over here? Millions?
I have no idea.
Right.
I only know about the one who I'm related to.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's very vague, but I'm not saying it can't be true. Let's shout out to what Urshima is saying. She's saying during the opium invasion in China in the 1800s, they brought the Chinese here because they were making money hooking the Chinese opium. Americans made money on opium. You put it's called trafficking.
That is true.
Somebody put, where's your proof?
Because America did have an opium trade.
I can understand that. But I'm saying if they had the opium trade, yeah, but he's saying that they were slaves. Urshman, they really like we had Chinese.
I'm saying that based on my great grandfather being a slave, I think it's possible that there were more than one. Now, I'm not saying that they
were reparations.
Oh, yes, because if anybody who was enslaved, well, we're not talking about the entire nation of the Chinese, because it's just like the Japanese got their reparations. It wasn't every one of the Japanese; it was those who were interned during World War II. So anybody who has a legitimate grief against the government deserves reparations. That's a straight legal argument.
Dang, they all did. No Chinese slaves. There is no proof of that. So some people said no Chinese slaves. There's no proof of that.
Like I said, I'm not making an argument that there were millions of Chinese slaves. I'm just making an argument that my great grandfather was
a slave. Right, but it has to be more. Like, dang, I'm just saying, like, yeah. I mean,
does it? I mean, it's just like saying that there were no white slaves either. Were there white slaves here?
Were they white slaves here?
Yes.
I don't think it was white slaves here in America. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, so what do you call serfdom?
Huh?
So what do you call serfs?
Serfs?
Mm-hmm.
What was that? I mean, I'm not familiar with serfs is.
Because the type of slavery that we experienced here in the United States was chattel slavery. Okay, but the whites who came over here, a lot of the poor ones experienced serfdom.
But they got here on the Homestead Act, bro. They were just giving them land and giving them shit.
No, the Homestead Act didn't come till later.
Oh, you talking about before that?
I'm talking about before that. We're talking about prior to the forming of the United States, the colonies. The wealthier people had serfs.
On this land?
Yes.
So why would they give people? This is what I'm saying. I mean, I think that's contradiction because they wouldn't just give people land in. If they had
land came with the westward expanse, because they were just given land to like the people like the Lithuanians, anybody, the Irish, anybody who came over. They were expanding westward and they needed white people on those lands, so they chose any Europeans that they couldn't stand at first. It was like, no, we will give you this.
So do you believe white people are owed reparations as well?
No,
they were slaves here.
No, they were serfs. Now serf is an indentured servant, which is like a slave, but it's not chattel. And also remember, whites got rights much earlier than everybody else.
So
and
they weren't slaves. So you saying whites wasn't slaves on this land?
No, I'm saying that they were serfs, and serfdom is a type of slavery. It's just not chattel slavery.
But are you stamping that there were white slaves during that time, or are you saying pick one? Like just
Okay,
pick one.
all right, let's do it this way. Is a prisoner a slave?
In jail?
Yeah, a prisoner or a prisoner of war.
Legally, right now, a prisoner, if you in jail, you're a legal slave.
Right. So did they not bring over their prisoners too? Some prisoners were freed here. One of the arguments that were made about the British that were coming over here is they took the idiots, put them on ships, and then sent them over here. They took the criminals, put them on ships, and sent them over here. Now they may have been free over here. Some of them became slave masters. Some of them they did crimes and became slaves.
7 years of indentured servitude don't equate to 400 though.
Well, I'm not
And
making that argument.
that's what I mean, but you get out of like it after 7. It wasn't no 7 years of slavery for nobody, you know?
Well, I'm not making that argument, so I'm not sure.
I understand. I'm just like letting you know that indentured servitude was a 7-year max scenario.
Yeah, that goes along with that whole Jubilee thing. Because back in the Bible, after 7 years during Exodus, the slave could either sign a new contract for another extra 7 years or go free.
Right. So they weren't slaves though, because you saying they were paid, so they couldn't be slaves. But you
No,
saying
not all indentured servants were paid.
Oh, so you saying not all of them was paid?
No, and there were some indentured servants who were actually attached to those families. So you have like a legacy of butlers that goes back like maybe 2 or 3 generations. That's pretty common.
And then they come during that famine, the potato famine, when that was all happening.
Yeah, you had a lot of Irish come during the potato famine.
So do you feel like white people, those white slaves, deserve reparations?
No.
You said no.
No.
All right. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't. Not even the Irish deserve reparations when it comes down to it, even though, they had to deal with the shit with the Irish. They brought that over from England anyway. That goes back long before the formation of the United States.
Shit, you could have stayed home. You didn't have to come here and do the indentured servitude.
Exactly. But at the same time, just like anybody else, they were trying to make a living on a system that was as unjust as the one that we have now, if not more so.
But when the rubber hit the road, they people,
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah. Misinformation comes from the schools. I'm with you, Earl Thomas, on that.
I agree with that, but not all information in the school is misinformed.
Okay. Good percentage of it is.
Yeah, a good percentage of it is. I'll tell you this. Do you know that colleges had slaves?
Yeah, Harvard was one of them.
Harvard was one of them, right? So Harvard and these schools had slaves. How could we trust the system? Like, how could?
But the thing is, I don't trust the system, but this is the system that we have. So that's basically where my entire argument is coming from. What am I supposed to do? Work on my own system? I can't do that.
Right. I'm with you. You're right, William Johnson. We built Harvard. So the slaves built Harvard.
Yeah. Built most of this country.
Right. Well, it's just some stuff you off, but like you said, you don't have no evidence. But what you feel about it, Darren? What he talk? You feel like he off a little bit on some stuff, right?
Yeah, but not too far. Like you're saying, the indentured servitude ain't equivalent. They gonna try to make that argument equivalency to chattel slavery, if that makes sense. Knowing indentured servitude is not chattel slavery. It was way more like horrific,
But sometimes we do gotta add before land your plane. We do gotta add common sense.
Well, the entire endeavor was not really common sense. Like, look, the bottom line is, when it comes to Europeans, I don't expect too much common sense, especially not during that era, because
For sure.
because we can, and so we can look at like, okay, let's take something like Songhai Empire, Africa, right? While um, while people in Britain were throwing their excrement out on the street out of windows, those Africans had indoor plumbing, and this was written by white dudes.
Okay, but that was the thing. If they was having a bubonic plague, how would they be smart enough to get people overseas and they could barely do it themselves when they was eating each other when they first got here? That means you weren't smart enough to break a language barrier and then bring people over the ocean. The only way you can make them via due to slavery, unless they've already been here to able to know how to do the work without being necessarily breaking a language barrier.
I don't have any answers to that. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, look, I'm the biggest I don't knower. I don't that you gonna find. If I don't know, I'm just gonna tell you I don't know. But the things that I do know, yes, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you what I know.
Well, we disagree with you on some points that you was at, but that's cool. I mean, with the Chinese slaves, I disagree with that. You know what I mean?
That's fine. I'm not gonna argue against it because, like I said, I don't know enough about it to make an argument.
I know what you was talking about when the Chinese was building railroads and they was doing all that racial stuff to them when they was doing all, like, you know, when they had their little towns during the gold rush, they come through terrorizing the little towns and the little villages and stuff like that full of them specific people. That's what I'm saying. But they got prepared for that as well as the Japanese internment camps during the Hiroshima scenario.
Right, that is true.
Yeah. And that's what I feel. I feel like those narratives is kind of like is able to group people. That's why I was asking you questions like, do you think they deserve reparation? Because the narrative it sounds more like an inclusive black and brown coalition kind of thing. You get what I'm
Is
saying?
that what y'all are getting? That I'm a coalition kind of guy?
No, I'm just saying the rhetoric that you saying on how, like, you know, it was white people that, you know, they weren't slaves, but they kind of were slaves. It was Chinese slaves. Now it just makes it to where, like, it's more of an inclusive thing. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not on that. I'm not on that at all. The only thing because the facts, okay, facts are facts no matter how they present themselves. And I'm giving you what I've learned, okay? So, but if you want to know where my allegiances lie, well, it's pretty clear. I was born here. My family goes back, as far as I know, back to the 1400s. And because, you know, because of the stuff that I've studied myself, it's often inconvenient. But on the other hand, there's a lot of things that I don't know. And that's the reason why I asked the question at the beginning. I was like, y'all are talking about some stuff I don't know about. I can't even make any arguments against it.
Right. So do you claim your Chinese heritage?
Nope. It's only one man. Why would I claim that?
It was just a question. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, truth be told, we can't control who is like okay, put it this way. My father's father was a white man. I am as black as Wesley Snipes, and my father is fair skinned. I am in my father's house right now.
Wait. Your father was a white man, you said?
No, my grandfather was mixed. My great grandfather was a white man. My father's father was, let me get this right. My grandfather was a very fair skinned. My father is a fair skinned man, which means my great grandfather, was a white man. He married a black woman, or he had sex with a black woman. Then came my grandfather, who was half white, to my father, who was, you can call him 1/4, and then to me.
So where the Chinese come in at?
That's my mom's side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bro, they got y'all. Bro, you got a little bit of everything over there, man. Sounding like
a lot of black people here do. That ain't nothing new. You know how many white men raped black women here?
Would you say millions?
I don't have an exact number, but we know that it was really common.
I think it's very. I think it was very. It wasn't. We can't say, "Oh man," because that happened. All of us got black. I don't have no. You. I don't have my family tree. Is I can't. There's no white person that we say that's in our family tree.
Well, I
You know what
can't.
I'm saying? It's a
Well, I
lot of
can't.
black.
Yeah, I can't
Listen,
speak for you.
it's a lot of black people that have that though. For real. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, I'm one of them.
A lot of people say like they try to act like, oh, everybody gotta look like we can't say that. We can't do that. You get what I'm
No.
saying?
Yeah, I don't. I'm not saying that. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that. But what is also true is that the rape of black slaves was very common.
Yeah, but not to equate to the
Not
number
to,
of people that still
not a
have.
point to where we're gonna have millions. You get what I'm saying? I can say you. I would give you a 0.5%. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I'm not putting any percentages on it because I don't have
I'm
it.
just right. I'm just giving you like, okay, if you said that happens, okay, like what was the kids that came out of that? I can't say that that's a whole lineage. They didn't make, you know what I mean? I couldn't even give them a really of a high percentage of like doing that. But a lot of people say that. They say those points you saying, and they'll be like, you know, we all mixed.
And I wouldn't say that either. But we do know that there were classifications of people like quadroons, octoroons, and things like that. That was very common. That's how
What
we
I'm
got
saying.
which side of the brown paper bag are you on?
Right, but check it. From hearing that, you got Chinese and you got European.
Yeah.
From us hearing that.
Right.
So that's hard. I mean, it's chat, how y'all it's that's I'm saying for me it's different. I don't have, you know, Daryl, he don't I
Well,
mean
yeah. We don't control our lineage, so it is what it is.
but you still got a mixed lineage. You get what I'm saying?
So
You can claim a lot of different
I don't claim that because I am too
things.
black to claim anything else.
Got you. You
Mhm.
black.
Right. I mean, kinky hair, dark Wesley Snipes tone skin, the works.
So so let me get this right. You saying on the grandparents' side is what you said is the white and the Chinese.
On the great grandfather on the father's side is white. The great
Right.
grandfather on the mother's side is Chinese. And both of them are from the same area of Jerusalem, Virginia.
So as you saying this, they like black and Chinese and white and Chinese is what you said, and then
No, I'm saying that well, that's what happened. And all I'm saying is that I'm the outcome of that. Everything between those two people on my mother and father's side and myself, they were all black.
No, they can't be. What I'm saying, it can't be.
Why not?
Because your lineage, your lineage is your lineage. If you got right, black is a dominant gene, but you still have a lineage. You get what I'm saying? You still got like if you got European descent, you got European descent. If you got Chinese descent, you got Chinese descent. You can't just pick one that you feel that you want to claim all of them. You get what I'm saying? You have to explain your descent, where your people come from, like you did. You said you got European, Chinese, and black.
Right. So I'm supposed to claim the majority or the minority?
You just got to claim all your lineages. You get what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, okay, if you saw me in the street, or let's even more important, if this
If I
system
saw
of
you in your streets, I would still ask you where your people from. And when you would
I
tell
would
me all
say,
of
yeah,
this,
I would say Virginia.
right, but when we would get into like we get into, so where they you know, what lineage do you have? What tribe you know, once you would get to saying, yeah, my great grandfather's European, I got another father that's Chinese, we're gonna look and say that you're mixed. You're not, I wouldn't just pick one and say, I mean, you can say you're black, but when we're talking about it, we're gonna feel that you're biracial. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, that's fine too. That's fine too.
Yeah.
If that's what it is, that's what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. But
But
I mean, that's what you
but
said. I'm just
culturally,
telling you what we hear.
but culturally, I mean, if we take race out of it, because I think race is the big issue. If you take race out of it and then look at culture, I am firmly sitting in black.
Yeah, that's part of the lineage is race and culture
And
makes a
culture,
lineage.
right?
But think about somebody like me, right?
Hmm.
My mom and my dad is from a tribe here in America.
Okay.
So how we can't say, you get what I'm saying? If I can't say a European, it's something that's gonna be different. We can't say that, it's hard that you got lineages from other to say that, kind of like we have the same lineage. You get what I'm
So,
saying?
but why would that be so hard?
Because you got Chinese and European in your lineage. You got fathers that was that. So
So,
it's
I
like
mean, are you
you
making
could
a
say
pure
you
blood
could,
argument?
huh?
Are you making a pure blood argument?
I wouldn't call it a pure blood argument. I would just say you got choices. You have to. I mean, that's just what that's what your background is.
Okay, I don't know anything about those two cultures, so I can't even say that I'm attached to them in any meaningful way.
I understand that you still 50%, and that's all that matter. But
I'm
you
not
still have
50%.
to
No, we're going all the way back to great
it's
grandparents.
somebody Chinese.
Yeah, we're going
I
back to great
mean,
grandparents. That's what I'm going back to my greats.
Okay, so what
uh,
about now what
I
about
want you to be
all
at
the
least
black people between?
25% if you came from each, or at least 25% of each if you came from each other thing. Think
Okay.
about it.
Okay,
See what I'm
so
saying?
what I'm not understanding here is why at this point.
So ain't nothing
Okay,
wrong
so
with
basically
50%, bro.
what y'all are saying is that I'm not FBA. It's basically what you come where it
You
comes down to.
have FBA, just not
Half
um,
FBA.
all the way. I mean,
Okay.
best scenario I can give you.
Right.
That is something I have never heard of.
Well, let's get double O. Double O, what's good, fam?
Hey, what's happening, man? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Man, I'm like kind of laughing at this dude, man. I don't even understand, yo. I just happened to see your live on YouTube. I'm searching
Yeah.
around. I see you. I'm like, okay, let me pop in and see what's happening. But brother, man, you saying all this stuff about Chinese and white. I got one question for you.
Okay.
What state are you? I think you said Virginia. What's your tribe, brother?
Tribe. I don't know my tribe.
So from your black side of the family, you don't know what tribe you come from?
The only thing I know is the slave plantation. That's it. And that was a
But
turning plant.
but I'm saying, if you talking about these, three grandparents that goes back, and you tell me on your black side of your family, through your grandparents, through your parents, they never told you what tribe they from?
My grandparents are the only ones I spoke to. And that was my
The
mother's.
black side, the
Yeah, the
black
black
side,
side. Right.
and they
And
never said anything to you what tribe they are from.
they didn't know it themselves.
Oh man, come on, bro, come on.
They not from the
This
they
is
not
just
from the
too. This is
tribe.
just too much, man. Ain't
It's,
no. Hey, look here. Ain't no black family through FBA. I'm talking about foundational Black Americans that would ever not tell their grandkids, their cousins, their aunties, their uncles, nephew, nieces. They would never not say what tribe they from.
I
that's
kind of would
not been my
agree.
experience.
So you mean to tell me you talking all this? And you mean to tell me you talking about Chinese were slaves,
I'm talking
and
about the
yet
one that I knew about.
that's your lineage, player. That's your lineage.
Right. He said just one he knew. He not
Yeah,
Yes.
saying
but that's still your lineage. If you can't sit here and tell us FBAs that you got a Chinese and you got a white lineage, and you don't know your tribe, it sounds like to me like some of these people were slave owners. What you talking about?
So there were roughly 12,500 black slave owners during the time.
I'm talking about your lineage, player.
My lineage?
Man,
Yeah.
please.
I just don't know. Okay, I told you I don't know.
Okay, so you on here talking all this, and I keep hearing you say, "I don't know." The other brother that's speaking, he's checking you and he's asking you questions, and you go, "I don't know. I don't know that much. I don't know that much."
I don't
Okay,
know.
so you leave us to guess what's actually happening in your lineage, and it sounds like to me there's slave masters in your family, because anybody in your black side of the family would definitely tell you what tribe you from.
That's not entirely true.
Why wouldn't that be true?
Because that assumes that all black people know which tribe that they're from.
Everybody in a black America know where they tribe, what tribe they are, man.
Right.
Look at anybody in the chat that's FBA or Black American that go back to you said 1400s. Oh my God, 1400s. Yo, there's records going back to the 1700s. I could trace mine to the 1700s. We know our tribes. Yeah, we know our tribes, man. That's impossible for you not to know your tribe.
So okay, wait a minute. Which tribes are you talking about? You talking about like Native American tribes?
I'm talking about I ain't talking about these pretendians. I'm talking about indigenous to the land, yo.
Okay, so indigenous tribes. I mean, where am I supposed to look up these records then?
No, it's not necessarily about records. It's about what's being passed down through your black heritage, yo.
Okay.
You from Virginia, right? So Virginia got tribes in Virginia.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Right. That is true.
So you mean to tell me you talking from your black side of the family and ain't none of them out of all your relatives, your lineage, your black lineage, and you mean to tell me nobody has talked about what tribe they from?
Nobody talks about that.
Well, then you have a problem, blood, giving us this story, man. This story don't make no sense, yo.
Verified. Yeah.
No, in fact, well, most black people that I know don't even talk about this stuff.
What?
All black.
Oh man.
They don't talk about it.
Man, why are you on this channel, man? Why are you on this channel talking like this? If you don't know all the details to your facts of your lineage, then you shouldn't be on this channel talking to Water God. This is an embarrassment, man, to the people that follow him. They know their heritage, they know their lineage, and this is embarrassing for you to talk about. You a black man, you don't claim your white side, you don't claim your Chinese lineage, and you sit up here talking about you got stories from your black side and you don't know your lineage of your tribe. This don't make no sense, man. You should not even be on this channel talking like this, man. Do you see the chat? Can you see the chat with these people, with black American people are saying about what you saying?
I don't care what they're saying.
Well, you should. That's the whole point why you on the channel, to give information, to give history. Like the water god is chasing history. He's chasing our lineage. He's speaking about reparations. And you get on this channel and you talking like this?
Water god.
Yeah.
What did I say when I first came up?
You said you was black, but
then what? No, I'm talking about why was I here? I don't know about the things that you all are talking about.
Right.
That is exactly why I'm here.
But you did say that you felt like people came from Africa. It was your
No, I was making an argument for the out of Africa theory because that was based on a birth video. So I say, okay, it's plausible that they were black people already here.
Africa is not real.
Just like it's equally plausible from basically what I learned in school that people came over from Africa on those slave ships, and there are records of those things. So
we all did,
right. So I wasn't dismissing anything that anybody here was saying. What I was doing was I was like, okay, let me go ahead and match my knowledge versus what I'm hearing.
You know the difference between chattel slavery and transatlantic?
Chattel slavery and transatlantic. I mean, I know the difference between chattel slavery and other types of slavery.
That's what I mean, but do you know the difference? Yes or no?
Transatlantic means traversing the Atlantic Ocean.
Okay, I'm saying, do you know the differences though?
I don't understand the question.
You don't understand the difference between transatlantic slavery and chattel slavery?
Because transatlantic slavery could be chattel slavery or it could be serfdom. That's why I don't understand the question.
No, there's two different ones. Is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not the
Okay,
same.
do tell.
I'd rather you look that up.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's just what because we do a lot of background checks. So when we just checked your background,
Mm-hmm.
it didn't pass the background check. You get what I'm saying?
So the question is, do FBAs, people who can have to have pure lineage? That's the reason why I asked you, is this a pure blood issue?
Do FBAs have to have pure lineage?
Yes, that's the reason why I asked you if this is a pure blood issue.
Everything.
I would have to say yes.
Yeah, everything's a pure blood issue. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why there's a difference between native and indigenous. As a matter of fact, what's funny to me about a lot of this stuff that people talk that's kind of like against it, hidden agenda. When you got these Siberians that come down from Russia, that comes through Canada, that comes through Alaska, and they settle in North America. And then the immigrants come from Europeans, and then the Tierra Trails, they come around and they pay for their paperwork to claim themselves as Native American. Now we find out that these so-called Native Americans, they're doing their blood tests. You could check this online if you'd like to. And then they finding out that their lineage comes from European, and it comes from Siberia. So what actually happened was these people, these Europeans that made it with these Native Americans, they made it with the wrong people. Isn't that funny?
You said they
No, it's different. Black is different between Black American DNA and African DNA, right? Like there's
Well, of
literally.
course. I mean, but I don't understand made it with the wrong people. I don't. That as far.
Well, what I'm saying is they're not Native Americans. That's what I'm saying to you, brother. I'm saying they weren't what they thought they were. If they wanted to become mating with the indigenous people, they would have been with us, the Black natives, the Black indigenous people. So when you got these people coming from Russia, and then they become Native American Indians, they're not Native American Indians. Isn't that funny?
I don't know anything about that, so I can't.
Well, just follow my timeline. Did you just follow it? Because if you follow it, you should laugh.
I'm not laughing at it because of the fact that I don't think this whole thing about mating, whether it's the right or wrong person, my mind just don't think that way.
Well, what I'm saying is they thought they were getting a pass for some free land,
Okay. You're talking about the political implications then. Right.
Yeah, I'm just talking about, what they paid the $5 for. Why are they paying $5 to become a part of the tribe?
Right, the $5 Indian. Yes.
Correct.
For the political.
So that would be like I see somebody on the street and I hear this brother or this person is selling lottery tickets, right? Mm-hmm. And I decide that I heard about some people winning and they got some money, but I don't know the facts. I'm just hearing the rumor. And I pay this person some money for one of these tickets. And then later on, I find out that the ticket was a fraud. Because I ain't winning no money. I ain't getting nothing.
Right.
Because it's not true what he's selling me. Mm-hmm. And that's what I just described to you.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know about the $5 Indian. Now it's clear to me.
Right. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because me personally, and I don't like to talk about my personal life, but I will give a little bit. My lineage goes to Oklahoma.
Okay.
You understand? I'm Tulsa and Bristol, Oklahoma. You see?
Mm-hmm. So I take it you're part of the Greenwood crew.
I'm Cherokee, bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was stationed. So I know about Tecumseh and all that stuff.
Right. So, Cherokee goes through Tennessee, it goes through North Carolina.
Right.
There's many different Cherokees in different states.
Yep.
You understand? It's not just Oklahoma. There's other tribes that are associated with, what I was saying to you earlier. There's tribes in Virginia. I don't know them, but I know there's tribes there, just like there's tribes all through the 13 colonies. You understand? This is right, right. And then it spread it through time. It spread it all over the country. See, the one thing that I want to make clear to everybody listening is one thing that's missing in our puzzle of North America is the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon is an important piece of the puzzle of who we really are. And it goes back tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and possibly millions of years. Why do you think the United States government don't want us to dig around there? Because if we dig down there, if we dig down in there and we have some real honest people doing the science down there, or archaeological, how you say it? I can't remember how to say it. Yeah, archaeology. If they go down there and dig, that's gonna reveal the truth.
But
You understand?
That's a big if.
Well, I'm saying this is the reason why they're hiding it, sir. They don't want us to know that part of the history of this land.
Okay, this is where the argument sort of muddles up.
No, there's no argument. There's no argument, sir. There's no argument.
No, what I'm saying is that you said if they do X, then Y will happen. But you don't know if Y is, if the thing that you're asking to digging up is dig up.
So you're saying to me that they inviting the world, the scientists, the archaeological people to go down there and reveal the truth of that history down there. You're saying they're letting us do that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Okay, so then the question would be, right? So the question would be why they're not letting us do it. Why they're not letting us do it.
Well, you're asking me to prove a negative, and I can't do that.
No, I'm not asking you to prove anything because you don't even know your own damn history, so you can't prove anything to me.
No, logically speaking, you're asking me why are they not doing X?
I'm saying this is the reason why they're not letting us go down there and dig down there, sir. That's a purpose. That's a purpose why they're not letting us do that.
I get that part, but you said if they did, then you're arguing that they would find something that proves our lineage here in the United States.
I'm saying there will be more factual history to what and who we are. Yes. And they're not allowing that. But but as of right now, we good right now because we're not Native Indians. We are indigenous Indians. Every black person, every black American person that can go back hundreds of years, that's before the 13 colonies. So that makes us indigenous, sir. This is our land.
Okay, and you have records on that.
Yeah, there's records of that, but at the same time, it doesn't matter what those records would be because the people that came from Europe wasn't here when they all began in the first place. These are immigrants.
I agree with that.
Yeah, they're immigrants.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody that's Black American that can trace their heritage back hundreds of years, these people, my people are indigenous to this land. This is our land, yo.
I'm okay. The reason why I'm asking records is because you have to make a legal argument.
Yeah, the legal thing. This is the game that we have to play. Right. But there's already a back door to that. All my black people that's in here, all you got to do is go claim it. You understand?
Did you hear about the first indigenous Black American? He was some type of governor or like some type of politician of Virginia, the first black indigenous dude that's some type of governor over there. It's a straight dude with dreads. You do understand?
Yeah.
I
the one that just got elected?
Unless you know I won't know where to look. That's the thing.
Yeah. He went through the proper channels, the back channels, if you will, and he got his records and he got cleared. He got certified, and he got cleared, and that's why he's an indigenous person on this land. Everybody can do it. I would recommend that everybody do it so you can backdoor this, getting approval that we deserve reparations. You can backdoor this shit. You just got to know how, and you got to spend a little time to do it. But everybody who's black, American, right? Everybody who's Black American, tracing their great grandparents back, you are indigenous. All you got to do is put in the work, spend a little money, do geology, and you'll get classified as indigenous to this land. You could backdoor this whole shit of this argument about reparations. And when reparations come, you're gonna get that too.
But you mean you've already said that I'm not FBA.
I'm not saying what you are, sir. I'm just saying that it's very strange that you don't know your tribe in Virginia. That's what's very strange to me and probably hundreds of people that's in this live right now.
Look, I'm willing to argue that most Black people, at least that I know, don't know this information that you're putting out, because none of my family knows. And
You know what? If you don't know, if your grandma, if you ask your grandparents that are Black, what did they call us, grandma? I asked both of mine, and they knew what to say. They wasn't like, I don't know. And a lot of people say the same thing. So when you asked your grandparents, they never told you because I heard this. I didn't even have to ask my grandparents. I heard my family saying this. You get what I'm saying? I heard Cherokee growing up as a kid, Cherokee Indian. So it wasn't like, but if you ask my grandparents right now, they're gonna tell you that. You get what I'm saying? So if you ask the people that you say are Black right now, and they're gonna tell you, I don't know, maybe they are from Africa. Then you get what I'm saying? Because you believe in the the slave trade. Maybe they don't have a tribe. They're not from here.
That could be true too.
Right. So you see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's
the reason why I said I don't know. But from what both of my grandparents told me, because I only knew the women who were on my grandparents' side.
So wait,
we were just called Negroes.
How old are you?
54.
54.
Nobody else told you one.
I left home at 18, joined the military, went out, lived outside the country, came back, did all kinds of shit. Came back and
hey, let me ask you this though. Excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off, but let me ask you this: on your Black side of the family, they never signed for the census in Virginia, like none of your family members.
Yes, we're in the census.
Well, then, oh my goodness, man!
I never looked at it. Never had any motivation to.
You can look in the census.
Well, I thought I heard you say when I came into the live, I thought I heard you say that you went back to the 1400s. Did I not hear that?
No. That's how long that I know my lineage is, but it's nothing I personally looked up. This is that African ancestry thing that I also talked about, which had me at haplogroup A2.
Right. So can you see what Double O was talking about? Right. You came to a space where we all know our lineage. We're claiming this, we claiming this lineage, and then you're claiming the same lineage, but you never heard nobody say that you have a tribe. You know that you have Chinese, you know that you got European. Can you see how it could be a confusion? You're confusing us, and we looking like, you know what I mean? Where's this guy from, really?
Okay, I see what I get it, what you're saying now. Well, what I don't understand is, why do those two people matter if everyone else is Black?
That's your lineage. That is your lineage, man.
I'm not.
You can't pick. Wait, hold on a second. You cannot choose, and you cannot pick your lineage. That is your bloodline, sir.
You got a Chinese family somewhere and a white family somewhere.
Hold on. I did not dismiss them. I'm just saying that if we want to look at percentages, I'm
It doesn't
more.
matter about percentages, sir. And plus, I heard you say they don't matter. I only choose my black side of the family. Did you not say that?
And
Right.
then think about it. Wouldn't your
Because
grandparents have Chinese siblings as well, and they could have had kids, and your white family siblings could have had,
that is, yeah,
kids,
all of that
and
is true. All of that is true.
you have a white and Chinese family out here somewhere as well.
Okay, all of that is true. However, culturally, I don't know anything about that. So how
But
can I
then you
claim
need to do. But then you need to do your homework, sir. You need to do your research. You need to find out what tribe where you come from, sir. And you should not be getting on channels like this with this story that you don't even know, man. And I'm not trying to be rude to you at all. As a matter of fact, I'm being very respectful to you.
Right.
I'm
Your
not trying to
skin
be
color is
rude and
not the
disrespectful
thing.
to you at all.
Yeah, your skin color, like he said, your skin color doesn't. You can't say, "Hey, I'm black. We all the same." That's kind of deceptive. You get what I'm saying? That's not.
But did I really say that we're all the same?
You said you were black.
Yes, I am.
So your family always lived in Virginia, your black side.
Yeah, my mom is right now. She's in DC, but for the most part, yeah, they've been in Virginia for a long
I
time.
mean, both black sides of your family, have they always been for Virginia? Yes or no?
As far as I know, yeah,
Okay.
from the
So
same
why
area.
can't you track yourself like through the census
Like I
on
said,
the black side specifically?
I never really looked that up. I
Hey,
did a
so
DNA test, and that
so
was that.
I just want to say this to you and to everyone. It's like the history of Europeans coming to this land. Everything that we learn after school, we start hearing about the CIA, the FBI, police, undercover ops, people who tell false narratives. This is what these people do, in all aspects, in the music industry, in business, international business, country to country. This is what these people do, man. So when people like you come on a channel like this, people start putting on their tinfoil kufi and they start thinking like, man, this dude sounds like an op. This dude sounds like a spy. This dude sounds like X, Y, and Z. And it's not our fault to think this way because we've learned what these people do and what they are to keep power and to keep themselves in power enough to oppress us for all these hundreds of years. So when you come on a channel like this and you kind of give hints to that, of the audience, to Water God being the host, and he's laughing. I'm looking at him, he's laughing. He's like, well, wait a minute, that's not connecting with this. That's not connecting with that. What you mean? And so the audience is feeling the same way, probably before Water God start feeling this way, because I saw the chat and he was like, what? What is this? This dude's an op. I seen that about 6-7 times. Get this dude off the channel. What is he talking about? And so this is the way you make us feel, because we know who we are, we know where we come from, and you sit up here and you say I'm black, I'm on my black side, but then you don't know anything about your black heritage. You don't know anything about your black lineage. You ain't in the census. You don't know your tribe. What do you think that makes us sound? What do you make that makes us think about you, sir?
I would hope that you would think that this is a person who needs to learn.
Well, then you shouldn't be on the channel talking the way you talking until you went back and learned some of your history, did some research, then resurface, come on the channel, answer what you could, and then go, you know what? I'm gonna back out of the live because I want to learn about this. I'm here to learn. But the way I heard it, you didn't sound like you came on here to learn. You sound like you came on here to dictate who you think you are, and you don't even know.
Yeah, that's
Is that what it
crazy.
sounds like? Is that what
Yeah.
you got?
Yes.
That's what it is. I mean, you're saying you're black, but that's not telling us, in depth who you
You're not
are. You get what I'm
explaining where
saying?
the black from.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
So,
that wasn't my intention, but if it came off that way,
Hey, what's the other brother's name that I'm hearing? I can't.
Daryl. Daryl.
Daryl. Where you
Yeah.
from, Daryl?
St. Louis,
What's your tribe?
Blackfoot, and Navajo.
Word. See how easy that was?
well, he knows. I don't know.
Yeah, but then you shouldn't be on the channel speaking like you speaking then. You know, like sometimes I go on different things that interest me. And, you know, politics I can't really speak on too much because I'm not a political science educator. I didn't get educated in that. I didn't go to school for that. So what I do is when I want to learn something about the subject in hand, I just go to the audience and I listen. I don't go and get on the live and start talking about something I don't even know. That would be embarrassing to me. I would feel like an idiot going onto one of these type of, platforms speaking about something I don't even know. And then they go, what school did you go to? What degree do you have? Who was your professor? Did you minor in such and such? Did you BA in something something? Did you master in such and such? What am I gonna say? I didn't go to school. I didn't finish college, yo.
Well, I can.
So why would I get on a platform and start speaking like that?
Because we're not talking about academics.
You're not getting my point, sir. Hey, Water God, explain what I just said. I'm doing the best I can. I'm just trying to put it in a form that, kind of
basically,
makes.
right. This is what he said, man. You came here, and the first thing you said was you FBA, you one of us. When we check, you didn't. So he's basically saying you sound like you don't even, it's more of like a spy thing you got going on. It's not like you're really us. You feel me?
Yeah, I understand that.
That's just like if I was it's just like in the Navy. You was in the military, right?
Yes.
Right. So if somebody was in your military and they're in there and they're from another country and y'all battling with the country, you're gonna look at that soldier and being like, man, is this guy really for us or not? Right? If you go into war at Vietnam and you got a Vietnam soldier on your side, what you gonna think?
Oh no, I'm not fighting with that guy.
Huh?
No, I'm not allying with that guy.
That's what I'm saying. So that's how it's like when you come in our space, you claim you one of us and you're not. It's like it's hard for we're to align with somebody that ain't coming from the lineage of the tribes that we repping. Let me put you back.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you, man. You got a lot of heart, yo. You got a lot of heart to come on this platform and speak the way you do. I will give you that. But the other side of like being in it with a gang
he can't claim he don't know. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
That's the wild part. It's like me saying I'm white.
No, I wouldn't say that.
But you get what I'm saying? It's like you're claiming something that you don't even know what you are. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that could be dangerous. It's like me claiming to be you claiming to be a gang member. Think about it. You go to a corner, you like, yeah, I'm blood. And they like, you blood, and they give you a check and you don't pass it. It's like, what the? It's like, who is this dude? Is he the police? You get what I'm saying? This is what
yeah.
That's why he's saying you brave, because it's like you're looked at as this guy's up to something.
Hey, what's your name, sir? I didn't catch your name. I don't know your name at all, so that's why I haven't addressed you.
Dad said anime.
I'm sorry.
Dad said anime. That's my moniker. I don't usually use my name online because.
Okay, well, you don't have to. Whatever your handle is, I didn't know what it was, but I heard that you were 54. Did I hear that right?
That is true.
Have you ever seen the TV show Kung Fu?
Yeah, David Carradine.
Right. What was the concept of that show?
The concept of that show, the guy had to find himself, because at the end he found.
No, that's not. No, then you didn't pay attention. He was looking for his family. So the reason why, hold on a second. So the reason why I said that was you have a Chinese grandfather, right?
Great grandfather.
It don't matter. You have a great grandfather.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you want to know who he is?
The only thing I know are the Tans, and I'm just not curious about it.
But that's your lineage, man.
Does it really matter?
It's your lineage, sir.
That's who you are.
That's who you are.
I'm not saying that it's not who I am. I'm just saying I'm just not curious about it.
But you're only curious about the black side?
Because that's the side that I'm most culturally steeped in.
And you
Okay,
don't know
all right. So let me ask you this then. Let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
When reparations comes around, they ready to give it to us. Are you filing for reparations?
Of course I am.
How you?
Hell no,
So-
man. We
Wait,
gonna
wait, wait,
have to
wait,
get
wait.
blood in chat. Tell me. No, man,
Wait. How you gonna get it if you can't prove anything?
No, man. This is what we
Did you
talk
not tell us? Did you not tell us that you don't know anything about your black side of the family?
He said,
No, I did not say
absolutely.
that. No, I did not say that. I said I don't know anything about the whites and the Chinese.
But you just said you don't know your tribe from Virginia.
As soon as the check come around, he about to file that motherfucker.
He don't know if he's from Africa or he don't know if the black side is from America. He doesn't know.
I don't know
any
that.
of it.
Right. That's right.
He just know that they're black.
So when you submit your paperwork, your geology, your lineage through your grandparents, your parents, your grandparents, your great parents, you have to submit this information in order for you to even qualify for reparations, sir.
Sir, you don't qualify for reparations. Sorry for you. Sorry. I mean, I'm saying from what we're hearing, I think you may have had a slave master in your family that you don't even, if you trace it back. You get what I mean? Somebody may have got reparations. You know that they gave the slave owner reparations. You know that, right?
It's only in Washington, D.C.
Okay, but did you say you got
No,
around that
I haven't.
area though?
No, that's Washington, D.C. The slave masters in Washington, D.C. got reparations.
Oh, okay. Man, you know about the slave masters and their reparations, bro. So
Well, I know that history in general. So, I mean, that's
Okay.
nothing different than what I already know.
Gotcha.
So again, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but the argument that I'm going to make here is that those black people, that if we're going to go through the grandparents line, the great grandparents, so I got 2 black parents and then 4 black grandparents and then great grandparents, that would be 1, 2, yeah.
All right, so check this out. Check this out. So you know, Black American people are the most incredible genius in music. We created all these genres.
Yeah, that's true.
Part of that genius is the hearing, the ear, right, sir?
I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so when I hear you speak, if I never heard you say you were black or you claim to be black through what you know about your family, if you didn't say that, and I'm listening to you speak and talk, I would never guess that you were black. I'm just keeping it real.
I've heard that before, so that's not surprising.
Right.
It is surprising. Okay.
Yeah, it is surprising. I'm with you, Double O. But we got Tetchy. He coming on here, and I guess he's trying to say he don't know his lineage. I heard you in the chat.
Yeah.
You got somebody that was, you taking up for Dead Set. I want to hear your claim.
I mean, I ain't necessarily taking up for him, but I'm just saying, like, don't nobody. I mean, well, I guess where I'm from, don't nobody know that. I'm from Louisiana. Don't nobody know that tribe crap down there, bro. I ain't never met nobody that know anything about a tribe.
All right,
now
hold
I
on.
know. No. Let me finish. Now I know exactly. I can trace my lineage back to the actual plantation where my family is from. can you do that? I don't see nobody talking about that. Yeah. I could trace my family back to the actual plantation that they are from and the name and everything. I can look at the maps and everything.
Right. For me too, I'm the Turner plantation. That was me.
So like I don't understand this whole tribe thing. That don't mean everybody can't. I mean, just because you can say a tribe, some Indian tribe, don't mean that you're not FBA or you a slave from a descendant of slave.
Listen, but check it out. The tribes came before the plantations. That's what we saying. So the plantations, they had plantations in the 1900s.
In 1800s?
Okay, but the tribes came before that. Right?
Okay, and the slaves came in at the port of New Orleans down in Louisiana, and they have records of that down in Laplace. They got records down in Baton Rouge, and that my mother actually went through and looked in to look at the way. And you talk about chattel slavery. We didn't have a name in the actual books when they sold us. That's what chattel slavery means. It said one Negro woman with child or one Negro male being sold for X amount of shillings or whatever the fuck you said in the book. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to curse. I'm sorry. That stuff is just I'm passionate about it because we don't know nothing about no, like, as far as I know, I don't know nothing about no Indian tribes and none of that stuff.
Check this out. Right. So listen, check this out. I got family in New Orleans. I got family in New Orleans, bro.
Okay.
I don't know what part of Louisiana you from. So
I'm from Baton Rouge.
You from Baton Rouge. So when you speak on us in Louisiana, you gotta speak on you don't know what tribe you from. Because my family in Louisiana, they repping that Cherokee. They know their tribe.
Well,
and they
also
come from the same state you come from.
Also, part of my family though also came from Virginia. And that's as far as I could trace back on my father's side, which is like 6 generations back. Like one of my, I don't know, great whoever my grandfather came down to Louisiana, and that's my daddy's side. And that I was able to trace the census back from when he got to Louisiana in one of those small towns in Louisiana, and then on my mama's side, is mostly in plantation side near LSU.
Okay, so check this out. Do you know in the census, black people were called Indians at one point in time? Do you know that?
In the census, all my people say Negro. That's why I was agreeing with their set, because everything as far as on the paperwork that I've seen, because you can actually see where the white people went around to the houses and looked at the they counted the kids. They just said like 4 kids and this the parents or whatever, and they put the first name and the last name, all of it on there, and it just said it said Negro or black.
It's like Negro.
So basically, you saying that you never. So you saying before Negro, we was never classified as Indian.
I ain't see it on the paperwork that I have. Because it's tied to.
I'm just telling you, black people in general, was black people ever classified as Indians here in America?
The paperwork that I have, the furthest I can go back, and the furthest I can go back, like I said, was in the 1800s, the early 1800s, when my mother, my great whoever, grandfather and grandmother came to Louisiana.
Right, but I'm asking you a question. I asked, was black people ever classified as Indians in this country?
I don't know.
You don't know, right? So you don't know. So that's not, you can't put what you don't know and put it on us. You get what I'm saying? That's the same thing what he's doing, but he's doing the opposite. He don't know.
I see what you're saying.
But he's inclusion. He's including himself with us. You feel me? So,
okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so classified, they changed us and changed it to Negro. So history just shows that we came from a tribe. You had to come from some type of tribe if you've been here for a long amount of time. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't know. I guess because I still believe in the slave trade, bro. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but it is evidence of that.
They still did the slavery, but it's been black people
So
indigenous to
why?
this country before then, like before
If
any
I'm
of the shit ever landed here, bro.
if I may interject, I was
Go ahead.
having little problems with my my Bluetooth, but I did hear the young brother say that because you don't know your tribe doesn't mean you know X, Y, and Z. Listen, I'm not saying really anything of the gentleman from Virginia, if he is or if he isn't. I just say it's kind of strange that he doesn't know what he claims to what he said about his black side of the family. The young brother that just spoke and said it doesn't mean that we not because I don't know my tribe. Listen, young brother, I'm not saying that you not. You just need to do your homework. Just because you don't have the paperwork or you can't find the information doesn't mean that you're not, but it does mean that you need to do more research on your family heritage, your lineage in order to find your history. That's important to everybody. But it doesn't mean by us talking about you don't have the record, you shouldn't get on here and say, well, just because I don't know my tribe doesn't mean that I'm not foundational Black American. We're not saying it. It's not what we're saying. Now, in order for the reparations to come through, and you want to claim that you are because you can go back to 1815 or 1830, you better have some paperwork and you better have some census and you better have some documentation of death certificates, birth certificates. Because if you don't have it, even though you may be, you're not gonna get a dime, player.
But what I'm saying is, bro, what I was saying to that though, what I was saying to that though, that the paperwork is written in a different language, especially down in Louisiana. I can't remember the name of the language, what it's called. It's dang, what's the name of that language? Because
Creole?
no, it ain't Creole. It ain't Creole. It's something else. It's something else they wrote.
French?
They wrote all it's not French, but it's something else that they wrote it in. I can't remember
Well,
because I
then
was
you
doing
need to
research on it.
spend the time or the money.
I actually have a copy of some of the stuff. I just don't have it pulled up right now.
What I'm saying is, if it's a language, you can get it transcribed, player. That shouldn't stop you.
The problem is
What you
nobody.
talking about? What you talking about? If it's a language that it could be transcribed, the only language they can't transcribe is some of the ancient languages that was hundreds of thousands, millions of years ago. I don't think you're talking about that.
But listen to
So
me. They got it. You didn't let me finish, bro. So
okay,
they
I'm
got
sorry,
it
my bad.
they got it in the state house down in Baton Rouge, where all the transactions were happening. You can look this up. All the transactions that happened in Louisiana, in the state house in Baton Rouge, because my mother actually tried to get access to it when I was a kid. And so I was trying to do the exact same thing and take up this after her since she done got older and stuff. And you can't get access to it. They only allow certain people to get access to it. They don't let you go down in there. All that stuff is in a basement in this state house in Louisiana. And I also live in another state now. So it's hard for me to get down there. But anyway,
but I hear what you're saying. And that's your responsibility. You may have to take that through the courts. You may have to go around. I don't know what side of the family you're talking about, but there's another side of the family, you know, that you can research and still get some of that information, if not all the information you need, all at the same time, simultaneously, you fighting that in the courts. So don't give up on, you know, what you know, where some of this information is. That shouldn't stop you from going forward. So, but don't come on here and saying just because you don't know your tribe doesn't mean X, Y, and Z. That's not the position of majority of Black Americans that have hundreds of years that they can trace back. And you come on and go, it doesn't mean this. Yes, it kind of does. You just ain't found the information because it's locked down in the basement and they hiding it from you and your family.
Yeah,
You feel what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, don't be upset with us coming in here talking about the majority, like 95% of all Black Americans can trace they lineage back hundreds of years, yo. Don't come in here and say, well, that's not true just because you don't know your tribe. Come on, man. That's not even proper right there.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to say it like that. If it came
No,
across
you
that way,
did say it. No, you did
I
say it
was
like
saying,
that. I heard you.
I said that not everybody can do that. Not everybody knows their tribe. Not everybody can trace their family
No,
back
I
to
hear
that.
you. I hear you. But you said it in a way like it didn't matter. Am I hearing things wrong?
No,
Am I
he right.
misspeaking?
Nah, he right. He made it seem like it really don't matter. And we speaking facts. We put on here, shot the race head, 1492, we was considered Indians. Negro was 1682. We're telling you that. Do you understand that this was our classification at one time? And you're like, oh, I don't know. So that's where it's like you saying that you don't know, but you
Now
could
is that before the founding of the country?
Yeah,
Is
of
that
course it was.
before the founding of the U.S.?
And did you understand
Because
before the
the only
founding of
and the
the U?
only the only reason I'm asking that because according to the Constitution, the only people that could be classified as slaves is Black people, Negroes.
That's right.
I'm gonna add something after this.
That's why I'm asking that question. Because if we were Indians, then we shouldn't have been slaves, right?
I'm about to get you
Why they
right after this. I'm let you
reclassified you?
finish. I'm
Why
about
they
to get.
reclassified you?
All
Because
right.
if you go look up the Constitution, bro, that's what it says. That
That's why they
only Black
reclassified you.
people.
That's
Okay,
why you
all right.
turned into a Negro.
I got you. Okay,
You get
that's
what
why
I'm
I'm
saying?
asking the question. Yeah, that's why I'm asking the question. Okay.
Okay.
Listen, as far as go ahead, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I said, go
Okay,
ahead.
so you ever heard of the 13 countries that came to take over North America, right?
You say the 13 countries?
There was 13 countries that came to took over North America from the indigenous blacks. It took 13 countries to get over 1,500 native tribes here. Did you hear anything about that? It was like a 300-year battle almost that commenced from like the 14 to 1700s. Have you heard of that?
I've never heard of that.
Nah.
Never.
No.
I can send a list or whatever of the exact countries. I can't name all 13 specifically at the moment, but
Can you name
it's
like
more.
6 of them?
Okay, so China, Italy, Spain, Portugal, Britain, Denmark, Sweden, and a bunch of other ones and shit. Pretty much, like they took the U.S. and South America by like via different strips of land by certain, like pretty much different countries took different strips of land and encased them with like weapons and stuff like that. And it took a period of time for them to actually take it over and stuff of that sort.
You said China was in that number?
You know,
Okay.
Yeah, that's your people, ain't it?
It adds credence.
Yeah. So, I mean, Teachy just came in here and he was like, he got to understand his tribe. We know our tribe, and he got to understand a little bit more about history. You do too. Before y'all come in and you saying stuff, you got to know, you got to have your checks and balances, man. Y'all get what we saying here?
Well, I understand what you're saying, but however, you were talking about reparations, and I'm not seeing how y'all are going to make a legal argument based on what you have.
That's because you don't know your history. So it's like
No,
you
that's
want
not.
to claim it. Listen, you want to get reparations, and you don't have no proof it ties you to this land. You get what I'm saying?
No, reparations are not about the land.
What is about?
Reparations are about justice. That's why it's called restorative justice.
of the land that you took the people from.
No,
Yes,
that's not what it was about. No, the reparation is the land. That was what 40 acres and a mule was about. That was about, we're going to repair you by giving you this land. But reparations are about justice. If you make an argument
for you taking the land itself and reclassifying people, that is a suable or lawsuable offense.
That could be solved under conquest.
Listen,
Tell me, if your dad was if your great granddad was a white man who was a slave owner, you still would feel that you deserve reparations?
If everybody in between that were slaves, yes.
it's a mixed bag, sir. It's a mixed bag. It's it's a little bit of everything: discrimination, racism, gentrification, discrimination. It's a mixed bag between it all. See, this is the fight. This is the reason why, the strategy of white supremacy is coming to an end. They have trapped themselves into a corner with all this stuff. It's even got some of our own people, including you, sir, us confused. But truly, we're not really confused because, like I said before, if you got the paperwork, you got your genealogy, you can backdoor this shit.
Mm-hmm.
So
you understand?
Are you saying that people who got this paperwork got reparations?
No, you're not listening. You got to listen first, sir. I said that the reparations and the land part of what you just described, it's a mixed bag. This is what I'm saying. It's mixed. It's not one versus the other. It's multiple things. So what I am saying is the reparations part that states are arguing for right now. Yeah, that's like the study of California. This is where I'm from. I'm from the Bay Area. I'm from San Francisco. The study of reparations for California was in the Fillmore district. That's where I was born and that's where I was raised. Okay. That study for California was conducted from there. Yes, and it mostly took effect because of the gentrification that happened to most of the black people that lived in the Fillmore district. Okay. That's the study. So yes, it's land, it's racism, it's discrimination, it's redlining, it's a multiple things. It has many things in the bag. Mm-hmm. You understand? But the thing I'm trying to push to everybody listening, and I don't know everything. I'm not going to claim that I do, because I like to learn as well. I like to listen to people talk about things that I'm interested in. And that's how you should have came in. You shouldn't have came in on the floor. You shouldn't have came on the stage. You understand? But the thing that I'm pushing is, indigenous. I ain't going to sit here and tell people what to do. My people smart. They know what I mean by indigenous. You know how to handle that. You know what to do. That's the back door to a lot of this shit. And even if you don't get it, doing the back door, you setting it up for your children. Remember, this is going to be a fight for a long time. So if you don't get it, you set it up for your kids, your grandkids, your great grandkids. This is a long.
Yeah, he don't qualify.
No. Yeah, no. I get it. I'm just saying, us that can prove our lineage, can prove our indigenousness. I'm just saying, if we don't get what we want to get now in our lifetime, we setting it up for the future for our kids and our grandkids and our great grandkids. See, I ain't selfish like that. Yeah, I like to get the money. I like to get the land. I like to get the 40 acres and a mule. But through their selfishness, through their white supremacy, they know not to give us anything, because if they give us something, they know what we're going to do. We're going to supersede them. The land that we talk about, I heard somebody say, hey, man, we don't want this land. The land is poison. We ain't trying to get that land. I ain't. I'm trying to get federal land where it ain't been touched. That's what you owe us. I ain't trying to get this poison ass land where you've been doing this raunchy shit, this disease shit on that land for hundreds of years. I ain't trying to get that. I'm trying to get federal land that's clean, organic. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to get that. You give me my 40 acres over there.
The reservations.
Right.
Word.
Thanks.
So
now, Dad said we're gonna say something. You had a rebuttal to that, Dad said?
No, it wasn't a rebuttal. It was a question, because since we are on the indigenous thing, then the African slaves that we do know who were brought here, do they get reparations?
Man, first of all,
No,
they
The
ain't
African
African
slave.
no more. They
you
ain't
know, it was
African
left
no
by our
more.
company, right?
This is curious.
They not African no more. You think they African after 400, 500, 600 years? You still saying they African?
You know what? This is precisely the argument that I made. How can
Well,
I
I
be
just,
how can I
I,
be Chinese or white with all of that black in me? And here you are saying that after 400 or 500 years they are not African anymore. How the hell can I be Chinese or white?
no, we're not saying you Chinese or white. We're saying your lineage, sir. Your lineage. That's
I
your
did not,
blood.
dude.
That's your blood.
I did not deny my lineage because I mentioned my lineage. But y'all are
Okay,
saying
so
that I'm disqualified
no,
because
we saying you disqualified because you don't know where you come from, sir. See,
dude,
like if you chase, listen. You just said you don't know anything about the tans, your
yeah, the Chinese.
Chinese, the
Yeah, yeah,
Chinese part, and then you said your European part of your lineage. You don't know that as well. Did I hear that correct?
that is true.
Okay, so but then you don't also know your black side from Virginia.
Actually, I do.
So, huh?
Actually, I do. Y'all asked me what tribe I'm from. I said I don't know anything about a tribe, but
Well,
that
that's
doesn't
part of
mean.
that part of your family. That's the black side. That's part of your indigenous bloodline, sir.
And that's the part that I just don't know anything about. But as far as the people and their experiences and my own experiences as a black man here, yes, it's the same experience that any other black person has.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Okay, check this out. Check this out. So Virginia passes reparations for the indigenous slaves, the people who were enslaved, the chattel slavery, and they say, okay, send your information to the state of Virginia, to the Secretary of State, to this agency. What are you going to do? What do you do?
I'm going to send them my family line, my lineage. Now,
But
if they create,
I thought you said you
no,
didn't know it.
I'm talking about what's in the census, dude. We're not talking about all of that indigenous stuff. That's what I'm going to send them.
Did you just call me dude?
Yes.
I've been so respectful to you, man. I've never called you dude. I didn't even call you out of your name.
Look, I was not trying to be disrespectful, so.
Well, you were. My name is on the screen, man. It's 00.
I can't see that. None of our
Okay,
names.
never mind. So you're saying that's what you're going to submit. You're going to submit that information to the agency that's going to pay out reparations. Did I hear that right?
That is right.
So how, if you don't know your black heritage in Virginia with the census and all, because I thought you said you didn't know the census of your black people, your black relatives. Did I not hear that right?
No, the question was, am I in the census? And I was like, yes, we are in the census. That was what the question was.
So how far can you go back on the black side of your family with the census, sir?
I can go all the way back to the Turner Plantation.
Okay. Well, maybe so. Maybe you might be qualified for that. I don't know. I'm not here to direct everything to you, because I just responded to some of the things you're saying that didn't make sense. But it seems like a little bit you've been changing up a lot since I've been hearing you talk since I've been on the stage. You kind of, well, I maybe I'm forgetting some things, but it kind of seems like you've been changing up a little bit. I don't know. Water guy, you could tell me if I'm missing something. I don't know, but it kind of sounds like you've been twisting.
I think his lineage of blacks may come from Africa, because he kind of believe he doesn't know if it's from here or Africa, right? That's
true. That is true.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It's like he doesn't. If your people came from Africa, you got to take up reparations from them. And you was talking like that at first, like they owe me reparations, because maybe they owe you reparations. You get what I mean? Because that's kind of probably where you're from. You don't know. So that's where we at with it. It's like, but you want reparations from our country, from here.
Because the African slave experience here is the same as the indigenous slave experience here.
But I'm saying is it was only 200 Africans that they ever even bought over here. You
Right. It's
understand?
only
Well,
a couple.
I don't know anything about that, so I can't argue that point.
That means it was less than 500 of them. It cannot equate for the population of what's had today.
Right. I showed you the video where the lady said how many
Yeah, I
ships, and you
like
said
I didn't.
they came to
Yeah, I did research that, so
Caribbean.
so I said I don't have a source. I need to look at the source first.
Right. But can you see how you want reparations? You think that you qualify for reparations from America when you don't know if you got ancestry from Africa where you was bought and shipped over here. You shouldn't be asking for reparations from America. You should be asking from the people who you think shipped you over here, right?
No, because the Africans have the same experience, the same injustices. That's the reason why I say
But
reparations are
it's
about
not the
justice.
same payout.
Why not?
It's not the same because that's a whole nother jurisdiction. That's a whole nother jurisdiction.
No, we're talking about the entire jurisdiction of the United States, which
Right.
is
But
federal. Right.
right, but if you feel that you got sold, that people in Africa sold you from slavery, like if you African and they sold you to slavery and you came over to the United States, where
Right.
should you get your reparation from?
The United States for its injustices, and Africa for selling us.
So you think you're gonna double? See, that's what I'm saying. It seems like you trying to get the reparations part, and you don't care where you get it from. You get what I'm
I
saying?
mean, did I not say earlier that when we were talking earlier, I said if we just stick to the indigenous, then we're denying ourselves half half of what is deserved, half our heritage.
But we're not from there. Our
Okay,
family has
yes,
no. Why would we want to get reparations from Africa when it doesn't pertain to us? You get what I'm saying?
because I'm working under the assumption. Remember, I'm working on the out of Africa theory. Because remember, I
Right.
said I don't know anything about the native theory. That's where
Now
I'm
you could
speaking
be
from.
out of African theory. I don't want to say you're not or people are not. They could have
Hmm.
been sold to slavery. I don't know that, but our
It's called
tribal,
CARICOM.
yeah.
CARICOM.
So that's something that you have to know. You can't just be like, okay, that's what they saying. So I want to get reparations from Africa and I want to get reparations from the United States. It just seems a little weird. You get what I mean?
Well, we live in a. That's how the law works. I mean, you get reparations where you can get them. So it's just like having a car accident. You know, if you get hit by 5 cars, you sue all 5 people.
Right.
Yes, that's reparations.
Mm.
So sound like to me, you know your lineage. Is that right?
I only know the black side, dude. I mean, brother. I mean, double O. I'm just going.
He only know the
And
black
whenever you do
side,
look
but
up the census, look up the black indigenous of that area when you look in the census.
Do you know their names?
I can go all the way up to my great grandfather and my
Mhm.
on my father's side, and my great grandmother on my mother's side. She was a Nettie.
So I mean, obviously, did they marry? Did any of these relatives marry each other? Did they have a marriage?
I don't know. I know on my grandfather's side, the white grandfather, he did not marry that black woman.
Uh-huh. But I'm
No.
saying the black relatives, did any of them marry any other black people?
Yeah, everybody from that lineage, from those 2 people on down, they were married.
How many years we talking about?
We are talking 100. Hold on. Off the top of my head, I'm gonna go back to my grandmother. I'm thinking maybe 150 years.
150 years. So they should have records at the counties or that town. They should have record of that.
They should.
That's in the county records.
Yeah, I just never tried to look it up. That's what I'm telling you.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, this is very important if you're trying to get United States reparations or even the state reparations from Virginia. But it sounds like you're saying something close to there may be ties to Africa, which is CARICOM.
That could be, but I think that when we're talking about reparations, we're not just talking about slavery. We're talking about Jim Crow as well.
CARICOM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you trying to get 2 checks.
No, what I'm trying to do is bundle it all up into one.
You trying to come over here because CARICOM be playing. And why
Right.
you bringing up CARICOM? Is you like Caribbean or something?
No, I don't. As far as I know, I'm not Caribbean.
Well, how do you know if you don't know the whole track record? I mean, that you could be.
Well, like I said,
Because you
as
bought a
far as I know,
CARICOM a couple times.
going back, as far as that I do know, there are no Caribbeans there. Now
But
they
you
could
don't,
be.
from what you told us so far, sir, you don't know enough to even say that. You can't say what you're saying. And then a half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago, you say you don't really know that part of your lineage, sir.
I mean, look, I understand the whole gotcha thing, but
No, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just saying you said things earlier that you didn't know certain things about your lineage on your black side. And then you say, well, I know I'm not Caribbean. I know I'm not
there's no
this, but
evidence. There's no. Okay, let me rephrase it. There's no evidence of me being Caribbean on my black side.
there's evidence of it being from West Africa.
There ain't no evidence of that either. Except
Exactly.
for
So that's my
except
point. That's my point. You
ex,
don't know either or.
except for when I told you about my sister doing 23andMe and hers coming back Ghanaian and mine coming back haploA2 on African
Ooh,
ancestry. I did say that.
entertainment purposes. I'm sorry, bro.
So I did say that earlier. And that's the reason why I
Well,
said I don't put much stock into these DNA things because they got us as 2 different groups.
yeah, then something I said earlier, white supremacy plays a lot of games, and these 23andMe shit sometimes is playing them games. You know what
They
I'm
got scared
saying?
for that.
Yeah, I agree
That's why they
wholly.
So
took
we don't know what the hell they trying to do, but we know we can't verify. We can't verify that stuff. So to me, in my personal opinion, I would never count on some bullshit like 23andMe that comes out of what country? Belgium? Where does it come out of? France? Comes out of England? Where does that shit come from? So if it comes from anywhere near or in Europe, I ain't trusting none of that shit, man. Trust me on that, bro.
Oh, Teachy back. Okay, look, I got one for you. Dad said, do you feel like Obama and Kamala Harris, do they deserve reparation?
Obama and Kamala Harris?
Yeah.
Kamala is Indian. And what's her father?
Good answer.
Caribbean?
Jamaican.
Her, no.
I think her father is Indian, but he's settled. Some of his lineage is settled in Jamaica.
An Indian dude born in
Right.
Jamaica.
He's got to go to the British government for that. So no.
And what about Obama?
Obama is half white and Kenyan, no.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I
right.
ask
We
a
saying
question?
no. Everybody's saying no. Teacher, you back up, man. What's good?
What's up, man?
Got some
And
research?
sorry, it's techie. It's keep it techie. My bad.
Oh, keep it
But,
techie. What's up, man?
Okay, keep it techie. Got you.
Oh, that's dead set. Okay, yeah, I do know. Yeah, what's up, man? How you doing,
hey,
bro?
man.
So yeah.
Hold on. Wait for her. Y'all know each other?
Yes.
Yeah, it's from another area of YouTube though. It ain't got nothing to do with the FBA or anything like that. It's just another area of YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Tech. I'm a tech
stuff.
guy. If you look at my channel, I'm a tech guy. I teach people how to get into the tech field. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So and my
that's
channel
why
is mostly 3D graphics. Right.
Yeah. So that's how I know him from other like panels or whatever. But anyway, I just had this question. So where are y'all looking to where is the timeline y'all looking to start where the reparations comes from? Is it from indigenous or is it from chattel slavery?
Both.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Because I always thought it was about chattel slavery. Like even when I hear from like Tariq and when he's I guess started all this FBA stuff, it was all about chattel slavery and how how white folks took advantage of all the black people that were here during that time. It doesn't matter if you came from Africa. It doesn't matter if you were indigenous black. You were put through chattel slavery in this country and forced to, because that's why I brought up the Constitution. According to the Constitution, if you are black, you are considered a slave. You did not have freedom. Now, there were some black freedmen, but if you were black in the South, you were a slave.
But
there was
how
no
would they
getting
be freed before
away
then?
around it.
Think about it. How would they have been free before then, unless they were already from there to be free?
Well, I'm saying certain areas where they were free. I'm assuming. I mean,
Yes.
I don't know the full history, but
there were areas of the North that they were free.
Yeah, and
have always been free.
certain people went up to Canada and all that stuff, but at the same time, that's not cap. I mean, people can say that all they want, but that's not cap. If according to the Constitution, you can read it for yourself. It's if you were black, you were a slave. That's what chattel slavery means. Mostly in the South. That's what the Civil War was written about. That's what the Civil War was fought about.
But bro, if it was already millions of people here before then, before they bought 200 people from Africa, don't equate to what's going on, if that makes sense too.
And see that doesn't make any sense either, because you can say it was on. You can say it was on. Okay, listen, but listen.
Hey, wait, calm down. Let's just chill out. We was having great conversation. You came in here kind of wild, sir. So no, you loud. You all in my ear. I had to turn it down because you yelling and stuff, man. So just kind of relax. Just relax, dog.
Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, Techie.
No, I was just saying that don't make sense either. 200 black people. So they only brought 200 black people over here. All these millions of white people, Europeans came over here on ships. That doesn't make sense.
Smaller ones at different times. Wouldn't that make more sense?
I guess, bro. Enough people to fight the Civil War? All those millions of white people that were over here to fight the Civil War? I don't know, man.
It wasn't just them. Didn't they have black people fighting with them too?
I know they had black people fighting with them too, and that's the thing, bro. So you saying only 200 slaves, 200 black people from Africa was the only people that came from Africa?
To even for 13 different colonies to back them up. Do that make sense?
200 Africans don't make sense.
To back up 13 colonies. That's not an equate population to do. It means it's always been more indigenous black here already before then.
Yeah, let's do some math, man. Let's do some basic ass math. You know, there's about 43 to 50 million people, minus the ones they killed, minus the one they put in jail and incarcerated. You know, we should probably be close to about, at this time, we'd probably be close. If none of the jail shit happened, prisons and all this bullshit, we'd probably be at 120. Yeah, we'd be 120, 130, 140 million black American people here.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's just do the math on what we have and what we kind of can get close to. 43 million plus what? Or 43 million and 50 million, you know. So if we have I don't know how many ships, let's just say 500 African people, 1,000, you know, the numbers they're collecting is getting lower and lower and lower with they're calculating how many African people came from ships. You understand? So let's do the math. Let's do the math of 400 years. Now let's remember that a woman can only give birth within 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
So if we do the math on that in 400 years, and a woman can only bring the term a baby in 1 year or maybe they had twins, I don't know. But do you think in 400 years you can mass up 50 million people in 400 years?
I'm not. That's not necessarily the case, bro. Because I mean, it wasn't 50 million people at that time. Obviously, I mean, the population grew over time. It's just like the white population grew over time. Do you understand the way populations work?
But there's some solid numbers that we can go off, and that's the 1830 census.
Right.
The 1830 census or the 1865 census, there was roughly 12.8 million white people, of which 202 million were slaves.
Wait, you saying white people?
Yes.
Yep.
Of which because by the time 1865, during the Civil War, the numbers for blacks had reached around about 2.5 million. And this was in the U.S. Census. You can look
So
it up.
do you think that that number still can mass produce? Let's keep it pimping, right?
Okay.
Mass produce about 70 million, 20 million of them may be dead. Some of them may have died in prison, yada, yada, yada. This number is not flat 43 million or flat 50 million. There's more. There's more. So I'm just saying that the math doesn't make sense. Yeah, the math doesn't make sense. When you do the simple math on it, I just see it hard to believe that that can produce. And, when I say 400, I shouldn't even give it that much, but, just for argument purposes, let's just stick with the 400 years. I still can't see that mass producing 70 million, 80 million people.
Well, look at how many kids were being birthed at that time period. I mean, it was like an average birth rate, like 6-7 kids in a family.
Yeah, that's true.
My grandmother had 13 kids in our family. And that's mainly because of we worked on farms. Even white people had their own farms, and they needed the work.
Sir, we're not talking about 13. We're not talking about 1,000. We're not talking about 10,000. We're talking about tens of millions of people, man. Wait, hold on, man.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. You're getting loud again, sir, and I'm not trying to be loud with you, man. I'm trying to have
understanding what I'm saying.
trying to have.
It don't seem like you understand what I'm saying.
I just said I understand what you're saying. Did I not just say that, or you just don't want to listen to what I said?
No,
because that's what I just literally just said.
Go ahead.
So I'm just saying we're not talking about hundreds of people, not thousands of people, not tens of thousands of people, not hundreds of thousands of people. We're talking about mass producing in populations of millions, tens of millions of people. And we can't even say, that's not even addressed that it's 43 million or 50 million because the numbers are obscured because we don't know the actual number of how many people died in the war, how many people were in prison, yada, yada, yada. So we're more than likely talking about more than 50 million people, sir. So I'm saying again, I understand what you just said. Some women had 13 children. I know people in my family that had more than 5 children, 6 children. I get. But I'm saying over time, we're talking about multi-millions of people. That's different than saying just a woman had 13 children.
But we can look at the census for those years.
Yeah, I was just.
That's true. That's true. But also, a lot of these people were indigenous that was already here.
And they
some of those records are not there.
Okay,
so and then the other part of this is, on a global scale, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, there's only about 7% white people on this planet. The rest of these people are dark brown black people on the planet.
It's 15%.
Okay, give them another 8. It's fine. I'm just saying that the majority of this planet is obviously black. Even people from Fiji Islands, people from all the islands. I lived in the South Pacific. I know what these people, they believe they are black. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you never been to the South Pacific, I lived there. I ain't visited on no vacation for a week or two and come back home and claim I know everything about these islands. That's not what I said. I lived on these islands. I lived in Guam for 2 years.
What years?
I've traveled to many different islands down there. These people believe they're black people.
I lived in Guam too. I was in Dededo.
You were in where?
I lived in Dededo.
Oh, beautiful. You was in Guam too. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Can I ask you one
I'm on the
question?
Tamarins.
Can I ask you one question before they think I'm finna start crying, so I can say it softly or whatever? So you don't believe in the Trail of Tears? You don't believe in how the white people were killing off the buffalo so the Indians didn't have anything to eat and a lot of them died off? You don't believe in the disease-ridden blankets that were given to the Indians where they brought all these diseases, these nasty ass white people came from Europe to let me finish because I'm gonna get loud and that people gonna say I'm crying. So you don't believe in the disease-ridden blankets that they gave the Indians that killed a lot of American Indians that were here? I'm done.
So first of all, I'm a grown man. I'm not gonna cry over this subject, sir.
I'm not
And
saying
then the
you.
second,
They're saying that to me in the chat, and
okay,
I apologize for cutting you off.
Forget about the chat. If you're addressing me, then let's talk like men. Second of all, my family from Oklahoma. I go deep. My roots go deep. My bloodline goes deep in Oklahoma. So what you're describing is you're not talking about an Indian, not this fictional character that's on TV and movies. You're talking about Black people who are indigenous, who should be recognized as the Indian. So when you say Indian, you're talking about us. You ain't talking about them. You're not talking about Siberians. You're not talking about them. Okay, so when you say they trying to poison us with these blankets and the buffaloes, that's us. So let's make that clear right there. I'm from Tulsa. My family sold food, vegetations to Black Wall Street. Okay. My family's from Bristol, Oklahoma, and scattered around Bristol, Oklahoma. These are my people. You understand? So when you say Indians, you say indigenous, because that's the true name of who we are.
Well, see, this is where the problem comes because
no, it's not a problem. It's not a problem.
Let me finish my statement, just like I let you finish your statement.
But hold on a second. But you said the Trail of Tears. Where did that go? That went from Florida to Oklahoma, sir? That's where I'm from.
Okay.
So when you talk about that story, they end up in Oklahoma, sir.
And I heard you.
Now go ahead, continue.
Didn't I hear you? I said I heard you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that's where the problem starts right there. The problem is this whole separation crap that's happening because I don't recognize any of that. I'm a descendant of slavery out of Louisiana. My family can be traced back to a plantation down in Louisiana. I'm still trying to get into the records down in Louisiana for antebellum. It's the antebellum language that I was talking about last time I was up here. Is the language that's in those documents locked up in the actual state house down in Louisiana. And all this is doing is making us fight each other when we really should be fighting white supremacy while they're trying to fucking whitewash all of our history currently right now, instead of us arguing about who did what and where we all came from and what lineage we all came from.
Hey, let me ask you something, young man. Let me ask you something. Do you consider yourself Black American? Do you consider yourself FBA? Do you consider yourself indigenous? What do you consider yourself as?
I consider myself a Black American.
Okay. And you consider yourself, you should be a part of the reparations that hopefully we get through the United States government?
100%. 100%. Because I went through slavery. My family went through slavery. My family was sharecroppers at one point. My family went through all of that shit in this country. We were left out of all of this. in this country, just like every other black person in this country. So yes, we deserve reparations, and that's why I'm saying all this delineation between all these different groups, all it's doing is separating
Delineation is
us.
what makes the difference, bro.
And we're talking about delineation between us and the Caribbeans and the Africans, not delineation from within those.
Now, anybody that came after slavery and Jim Crow, I'm not with them. I get the tether talk. I understand that, but that's that.
But that's the
saying all this
delineation.
stuff, all this stuff from slavery, all this stuff from slavery on, we all fall under that group for reparations, because that's what it is. Restorative justice. What he brought, what Dad said, brought up earlier when it comes to the Homestead Act, how black people were left out of the Homestead Act, how we were redlined, how we were forced into these projects that we were put into, while the white people were allowed to buy property and get and able to build generational wealth, when black people were left out of that.
Got you, Techie, but check this out.
All of that.
How would you, right? Because you saying that everybody deserves the reparations. So in order to get them reparations, right, from what you're saying, from slavery, don't you have to make sure you delineate the people, or would you just give it to any black person that's black in America right now?
Not any, and that's why I brought up that anybody that came in after slavery, that's obviously gonna be separated, because that's where the 13th Amendment came in. When we became, yeah, I agree, and that happened at the end of slavery. So anybody that came after that came in like all these Africans and all these people that came in after that, that's where the delineation should start, not some tribes back in the 1600s, the 1700s, and all that.
Hold on, time out.
Well, that's what the argument goes haywire.
But hold on, Claire. Let me just say something to you real quick.
Go ahead.
When you said I was with you all the way until you said that last part, because now you affected mostly probably 90% of black Americans who can trace their lineage back hundreds of years. You just basically shit on them with that last statement. That last statement you just made. Oh, Indians, we're trying to go to the Indian. You just basically dissed 90% of African or black Americans who call themselves FBAs. You just did that, yo.
Yeah.
You gotta wait, hold on.
Repeat what I said. What did I say?
I thought you just said something to the effect of we going to this Indian part.
I didn't say Indian part. I didn't say Indian part. You didn't hear what I said. I said it's not about the delineation within the 1700s, the 1800s, and the 1600s. The delineation should start after the 13th Amendment. That's what I was talking about. I didn't say anything about Indian.
Say Indian. You did say
I brought up Indians earlier, way earlier.
No, you just no. When I cut in, you just said something about Indians. You said something about and we arguing about the Indians. You said something to that effect, sir. I just heard you.
Okay, well maybe I did, but that's not what
No, it ain't maybe you did. You did. That's why I cut in. Because now you dissing me. You dissing me, and 90%, 95% of people who call themselves indigenous Indians, sir.
Did I say anything Dad said about Indians?
You did highlight delineation. You saying this delineation we doing is not
start at the 13th.
That's what I thought I said. I thought I was saying 1600s and 7. I don't remember saying anything about. I said that.
Yeah, because you get so excited and you get louder and louder. You get emotional. You get emotional. You get emotional. You get emotional, and then you. I know, but it's not effective. It's not effective, sir, when we're trying to have an intellectual conversation, sir. You throw everything out. You throw everything off when you get so emotional and loud, sir.
I mean, don't you expect? Do we not expect black people to be passionate about this subject?
Do you hear my passion? I'm passionate.
Well, everybody not the same. Everybody
but
not
I'm
the same.
saying, but we on the internet and we speaking like a 10-way phone call.
Well,
so So it gets kind of distorted and it feels a little this, a little that. And it seems awkward hearing you speak. We don't know you. I don't know you personally. I'm sure some other people don't know you personally. So we don't know what that means when you get like that. But what we can describe is you getting really emotional and loud, sir.
Yeah. Now,
Well, I'm
what
sorry.
I
That's
can
just the
see
way
what
I
Dan
talk.
said in Techie, y'all both said this. Y'all both said the delineation. You said, you talked down on the delineation. You said that,
No,
once y'all
no, we
doing
didn't.
all of this delineation is not making like, but you claim that we have to do delineation to get reparations. We can't give them to everybody.
No, that's not what. Okay,
Well, what
okay.
I'm saying, let me elaborate on what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we become US citizens in this country at the 13th Amendment.
That is true.
And that's when we have the right to make a claim for reparations. That's what I'm
They did.
saying.
That means
For the
that they can't
US.
send us nowhere.
Yes.
Okay, so what do you call the people that was already here in your definition?
The American Indians that you all are not claiming, the Asian ones, they already get reparations.
Asian
I
Indians?
asked you,
No.
what were the people? What do you call the people that was already here before the 13 colonies, sir?
Y'all fought anybody that's black that was here beforehand. That's what I said in the beginning. Anybody that was black, according to the Constitution, were considered slaves. They had to
I'm
be
not.
considered slaves. Anyway, that's the only people that was by law could be slaves in this country. Black
But they
people.
Okay,
can't get
so
sent
let's
nowhere else.
use me for an example, right? So as far as my lineage, going back to Oklahoma, I don't know anyone in my family going back to the 1789 of any of my people, my bloodline that were slaves. And it's cut off at 1789. Doesn't mean that it wasn't before that, but I'm saying as far as what we know right now, and we still doing a lot of work to figure this out, none going back to the 1789s, none of my family people were slaves.
So why should you get reparations now?
We said land.
I said,
Can we say land too?
no, but I said, listen, I said from 1789. So obviously there's dates before 1789, right? And slavery started around 1619, 16 something. So it doesn't mean that they wasn't. It doesn't mean that they wasn't. But I'm saying, as far as I can go back right now, I don't know anybody in my family tree that were slaves. It doesn't mean that they wasn't. It doesn't mean they wasn't. Hear me out.
Well,
So before that, they could have been.
I understand that part, but the problem is that the ratification of the Constitution did not happen until 1789. So you can't make an argument prior to that because the United States didn't exist.
They took our land, player. This is our land.
Yeah, that's
all right. Yes, and who took your land? It was the 13 foreign nations that you all had already mentioned. The United States had not existed yet.
Yeah. So here's my problem. What I hear you're saying. You're saying in one way that Louisiana and what you're not able to find out because they keeping such and such from you, and you do believe that you're part of the claim of reparations. But anything before that, it seems like you have a kind of an issue with that. And I'm kind of, regardless, wait, hold on a second, because I'm not done yet. Okay. Regardless if you thought my family was enslaved between now and 1789 or before 1789, that I can't trace, I can't figure out exactly yet that they could have been slaves. We don't know that part yet. But the people that was here before 1689, these people are important. This is the fabric of this country. Don't nothing go down in regards to the people that was before that to come after that to make all these different claims. It's kind of it's sub-claim because no one can supersede the people that was already here before all of this bullshit. If anybody is number one in any of these claims, it's the people that was here before all these motherfuckers even came here. So I don't understand a person who speaks like you, even though I believe you. I believe what you say is these records are hidden, they're in the dungeon, they're in the basement, you can't get to them and all that. And that's cool. I'm down for you. But it seemed like the way you talk, it seemed like you ain't down for us from the people that came way before any of this shit of these white boys coming here. Why are you not passionate for these people that were here before, the indigenous people? How come I don't hear you being passionate about that? Because it seems like to me, there's two different sides of the coin here. There's your coin, and then there's my coin, and then there's all kind of people that's like me that has these coins that should exist and should be number one in anything about this North America.
Now let me
Why aren't you passionate about that, sir?
Let me respond to you. But let me respond to you. I'll be completely honest with you, bro. Like I never looked at and maybe because this thing it almost seems like a new thing to me, almost, because I haven't started seeing where people started talking about they were indigenous for like the last I would say 6 or 7 years. I remember it's a guy on YouTube called Legendary Top Cats. He has a big channel where he talks about how he's Indian, he's from Florida or whatever, and he talks about his lineage and he's Choctaw and all this stuff. I've never heard this before, bro, that people were tracing their history back to an actual Indian tribe. I apologize. I hope that ain't disrespectful by me saying Indian, but that's what I've started. I've only started hearing that the last, I would say 10 to 6 years, 6 to 10 years on like the internet. Everything else has been about slavery, descendants of slavery. And
but how does that make you feel? Like, tell us, when you hear people say that, what do you think about when you hear that? When people say they Choctaw, they Cherokee, or they, whatever they say they is.
Blackfoot.
Yeah, what is that register
So
in your
head?
To be honest, I don't know, because I don't understand the history of that, bro. Like and like, for instance, I have a great aunt that was on my daddy's side of the family. She was straight Indian, bro. She had the hair, everything. You know what I'm saying? Aunt Pat, she straight Indian, bro. Like, but I don't know much about that side. I don't know much about that, bro.
Hey, let me say something to you. No, it's cool. Let me say something to you real quick. What you just spoke of about your aunt, aren't you proud of that?
Yeah, super proud.
When you found out, you were like, damn, my lineage is from this tribe. When you find out, but I'm just saying, this tribe, you super proud of that. So the people, when you talk about 20 years ago, 8 years ago, you never heard this stuff before. Let me ask you this question. Who are some of the most brilliant people on this fucking planet? Who are they?
Black people.
You damn right. So when we start figuring out the math, we start figuring out the science, we start figuring out these stories they've been telling us in these movies, indoctrinating us into this belief about this and Jesus is white and all this bullshit. And we start going, wait a minute. These genius people, these powerful people start figuring shit out. And guess what? It didn't take them hundreds of years to figure it out. They figured it out in 8, 7, 6 years. They were like, wait a minute, hold up. We got something here. Let me trace this shit back, because my grandmother told me this. My mom told me this. Her mother told her this. Her grandfather told her this. We start listening. We start rubbing our hands and going, wait a minute. These brilliant people figured this shit out in super, super time. What you said, I haven't heard anything about this in 8 years. Well, guess what, player? We figured this shit out in 7, 6 years. We know where we're going. We figure shit out because we're that genius about. And they know we that genius. That's why they don't want to give us shit. If they gave us what we deserve, we will supersede anything about this motherfucking country. Probably the world. But that's why they don't want to give us nothing, because they know what we can do. They know how powerful we really are. And see, you need to take that kind of passion that you finding out about your aunt and think about what that means to us when we find out we can go back hundreds of years, yo. Do you think, what do you think that means to us? That passion that you have, don't you think we got that passion? When we find out shit in 6, 7, 8 years, we can start figuring shit out. Do you know about Albert from South Carolina? Do you know that story?
He don't
Hold
know
on,
about
say that
Albert Perry.
again.
Do you know about Albert Perry?
Albert Perry? Nah,
yeah.
I don't.
Right. Well, do you know about Claude Anderson?
Yeah.
You know about Claude Anderson. So Claude Anderson was the one who he coined this for us to be native. What it was, native Black Americans.
Yeah, Dr. Claude Anderson.
Yeah, he's been pushing that for us to let us know that we're native to this land. So we've had a lot of historians, a lot of smart guys in the, in our lineage that always preached to us that we came from a tribe. We ain't just black with nothing, with no heritage, with no lineage. You get what I'm saying? With nothing behind it.
Could you tell me which book or speech that was? Because I would like to look at that. Because I've listened to Claude Anderson several times. I just hadn't ran across that.
What speech that is?
Or or a book, because I would rather read the entire thing.
New Powernomics.
New Powernomics.
No, it's just Powernomics. Yeah.
Or Powernomics. I heard about Powernomics.
Mm-hmm.
Claude Anderson.
Definitely, if you look up on Claude Anderson, that's the man. He definitely did all of that. But
I wanted to ask Keep It Techie a question.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, all of this stuff that they're talking about, have you ever heard any other black people talking about it in your lifetime?
Not really just online. Like
right,
exactly. But like offline, nah.
Yeah,
like,
that's been my experience. Because I think a lot of people forget that most of my life I've lived, there was no internet. For much of the life that I lived, the internet as it exists now, I grew up before it was even thought about.
But I heard, listen, I found out I was chair. It wasn't on the internet.
Oh yeah, I'm not dismissing your story.
Nora, right? But what I'm telling you, everybody who claiming is Indian, it had nothing to do with the internet. You get me? My grandma told me that. I was a kid.
Right.
It was Cherokee Indian. We were saying that. So what I'm saying is, to you guys, it's an internet thing because you haven't probably done the research to know your tribe. You haven't went that far back. You haven't done the research. But we have done the research and we know what our grandparents told us. And we're taking that together, and this is what we're claiming who we are. You get what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but one of the biggest argument that was made against me with Double O was that it was strange that I did not know that history and that I did not know what my tribe was. And I'm just like, well, a lot of black people are in this situation.
How could you say that?
Because I don't know.
But if you don't know, how can you say a lot of black people are in that situation?
Aqua Techie is another person who just doesn't know.
Yeah, like I done ran into we all got people in that we know, and I know it's anecdotal. I know it's just our experience, but like people in my family, bro, or people, friends that I know, like people, I didn't talk to them about their family, like they don't know nothing about it. Like I was talking to my homeboy that I grew up with, bro, and it's not that long ago because I found out and this ties back to what we talking about right now. How I was talking about the plantation I actually found out my family is from in Louisiana. His family, my best friend, his family is from the same plantation, and I found that out from my mother. She found that out from her grandmother. That his great grandparents or whatever, they from that same plantation as well. And so I was telling him about it or whatever. And we don't know nothing about no tribe. He ain't never heard that. Like in Louisiana and Baton Rouge, they got those. We got those Indian. What they call them? The mounds right there by LSU.
Right.
All we know is that that's history when it ties to the Indian tribes that were there in that time period or whatever.
Right.
But
right. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
But did you hear what Dad said?
Yeah.
He's saying that he never heard people talk about it, and he referenced you. So in his mind, he's saying that a lot of people, because he hearing you, and I guess his anecdotal, he's saying that a lot of people don't know where they come from or what tribe they come from.
That's what I'm saying too. I'm agreeing with him because I don't know, like the people I know, they don't know anything about a tribe either. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know anybody that's ever said, "Oh, I'm from Blackfoot." I've only heard that online. That's why I was telling Double Zero.
Right, but do you think their grandmas would know?
Maybe I don't know, and that's the thing. Like, and you're right. It could be that they have not talked to their people above them. You know what I'm saying? Their ancestors, or maybe their ancestors are not alive anymore, or whatever. And maybe that information wasn't passed down. I don't know. So I mean, you may be right. You know what I'm saying? I don't know though.
Well, that's the problem with the oral history. Oral histories don't get passed down as well as written history.
Right, but for y'all to say that most people don't know is, you know what I'm saying? It's like the grandparents know. All I'm saying is it's a source. We got a source from an elder. So you can get the same sources from your elders. Now, if you don't have that information and you haven't done the research to do it, you can't say that. You can't put that in a situation to say that a lot of people don't know. You get what I'm saying?
I think it's plausible that a lot of people don't know.
Yeah, but it's on their own ignorance, because your grandma probably does know, but that's up to you. I was told this by my grandma, and I asked my other grandma last week, and she told me the same thing. My other grandma on my mother's side. So what I'm saying is, they know.
And see another thing, bro. Like you. Well, I don't know how old you is, Water God. I don't know how old you is. I'm 40. I don't know. I think Dad said is a little bit older than me as well.
Okay.
And so, like I said, I've only started hearing this tribe stuff within the last 6 or 7, 8, 10 years or so. My grandmother's been dead for like 15 years. I didn't have the chance to ask my grandmother about this. You see what I'm saying?
Excuse me one second. Excuse me one second.
Oh, go ahead.
My bad, because I lost my Bluetooth. I don't know what happened. I was saying something about Albert Perry, and I'm sorry. Y'all can continue where you was going, but I just like to hear the response from my question. Did anybody know about Albert Perry, or did I?
Didn't know about it.
Oh,
they didn't know nothing about
No, they didn't know about it.
No,
Oh,
Dr.
okay.
Clyde Anderson, no, we heard of it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Y'all continue. I'm gonna sit back and catch up.
Yeah, like Water God. I both my grandmothers, then passed away. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any elders like that to actually talk to, other than my parents. They've had conversations with them. They have some information that they then gave me. They've written down and passed along or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't on that level. Where I've never heard my parents talk about anything about a tribe. You see what I'm saying?
That's strange when it comes to our people. So what we're seeing with our people, I'm just telling you patterns, all right? When I'm seeing older people, when people of that's 75 up, that's how they spoke. That's what we're seeing similar with other FBAs. The grandparents, they had to know something. They had to know the classification of what came before them. So you guys are saying like nobody don't know what classifications it was, and we gave y'all the chart. It was a certain time when people was classified as Indians. There was a certain time when they were Negroes. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, 1492 started with the Indians in it. Yeah,
and the Negroes started at a certain time. So it's just about asking the questions to your elders, which they know. And most of mine, I didn't even have to ask. They told me. I was hearing it. You get what I'm saying?
I get all. I understand everything that you all are saying, but what perplexes me is that the things that you all are referencing and making arguments on, and then trying to claim reparations for, are things that happened before the United States existed.
That's the
Which
whole
adds
point of
credence.
saying the
Hold on.
United States is the
Let me
reason
finish
it
it.
happened.
Let me finish it.
Go ahead.
Which is adding credence to what me and Aquateki is saying, that reparations are for all the black people who were enslaved here
No.
prior to the 13th Amendment, of course.
See, this is what I don't like about like people, like making arguments to, the beginning of the planet. Let's just say the planet is like rotating around in space, and then life begins, and then for through time, people find a spot. It's inhabited. People find the spot. So then thousands of years later come, these people still exist. They still own the damn space they found. It's been passed down. And then all of a sudden this new civilization comes and they say, oh, this is our land. And they see the people already here. And the way y'all sound, it sounds like they don't matter.
That's not what we're saying. What we're saying
But
is that you have to make a legal argument, and you have to base your legal argument somewhere. So where are you putting your legal
yeah,
argument?
the legal argument is the legal argument is this is our land. That's the
No,
argument. We was
no,
here.
that's a claim. That's not an argument.
No, it's not a claim, sir. It's historical fact.
Okay. What's the
See, this
difference?
is why when I was saying before my Bluetooth got cut off, I'm saying what this man was, what they didn't even want to release. They didn't even want to release this information. I believe, if I may be mistaken, but I think it got linked out about Albert Perry. His DNA goes back over 300,000 years.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm saying, where did he come from?
Are you part of his lineage?
I didn't say that I was, but he's part of my family. He's part of my family of the beginning of this land, the people that was here. He may not be direct lineage, but he's part of my lineage. So I'm not trying to even argue that fact. I'm not trying to argue that. I'm just saying that this is important. This is important historical records that these people were here and they matter. They matter.
We didn't say they didn't matter.
So when the government was formed, they came here and leased the land. Who did you lease it to? Who did you lease it from? Who was here first? If somebody goes to some other country and they just, say, hey, I'm going to stick my flag here and, I'm claiming this shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all these other people that's already here. Fuck them. I'm just going to put here and I'm going to start my own fucking tribe. I'm going to start my own country. What you think them people going to do that was already here? You think they're just going to let you just post up and take over their little land?
Yes, there's a word for that. It's called conquest.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're not gonna let you do that without fighting blood, sweat, and tears.
Right.
They're gonna fight you to get the. Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is, you guys are forgetting, even though you guys have claims, and it's this historical facts of what you're saying, but you can't forget about the people that was here first.
We're not forgetting about the people who were here first. How many times do we have to say that?
So what I'm saying is, without that, that claim, give me my land back, pay for the land that you stole, pay for what you did to our people, that's all included.
No,
and it goes back.
If you lost it in warfare, they didn't
We
steal
ain't lost nothing. We haven't lost anything, sir. We still here.
No.
Right.
Hey, Water, can I speak?
Go ahead, B1. Yes, I wanted you to tap in. B1, go ahead, man.
All right, man. Hey, first of all, I want to say thank you for letting me come up. Respect to you always, bro. Hey man, you doing it, man. And I really appreciate you. You know, you wanted to, you out there. You You solidified, bro. We behind you.
I appreciate it.
So peace to the chat, peace to everybody that's listening. I just wanted to chime in. First of all, just you know, my family, cause one of the guys, I'm just addressing some of the stuff I've been hearing since I tapped in. So one guy was saying, well, I ain't never heard, before the internet, I never heard nobody talking about they was indigenous to this land or whatever. Well, I'm 52. My granddaddy, I think it was, I already had graduated. I graduated in 92. So it was between like 92 and 93. My granddaddy was on his way out. And my granddaddy fought in World War II. I got his draft card and stuff right there on my counter. I got the book that he talking about too, Dr. Claude Anderson's book, Powernomics. I got that sitting over there. Just some, historical references and context. But anyway, my granddaddy, and I didn't know this prior to my granddaddy talking to me. My granddaddy was sick. He was on his way out. We all had went down there to see him. And he was on his bed. He was on his deathbed. He told me, my middle name is Kendrick. He was like, Kendrick, you need to go. When you get back home, you need to go downtown and start filing this paperwork because you got rights to land and money, all kind of shit, because we got Choctaw in our family. He told me that his grandmother, now this is my granddaddy, that his grandmother was full-blooded Choctaw. Now, keep in mind, at the time, I just graduated high school. I'm probably about 19, maybe 20. So I'm thinking, how we done played cowboys and Indians and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, man, granddaddy, he tripping. He on that medicine. He delirious. He's saying stuff. Come to find out, we is Choctaw. We got some Choctaw in our family. Now, we ain't walking around here living in teepees, drinking peyote and got feathers in our head and running around like that. But our lineage goes back to that. Now, another point, he was talking about we don't have no documentation or whatever. Well, slavery started here in America in 1526. All this stuff is documented. You can pull up all these documents. The first people that was enslaved got here in 1526. Only 3 to 4% of the enslaved Africans came to America. So the rest of the people that got enslaved were these indigenous people that was already there, that was black and looked black like the people that they brought from Africa. All them people got enslaved. So these are your indigenous people. If only 4% of the Africans came to this country, the rest of the people was already here that got enslaved. Now they got let me get to this right quick. And I'm land my plane, water. But they got freedom suits. Okay. These freedom suits, these was cases of black indigenous who won court cases to be classified as Indians. They was enslaved. They was already Indians. They got enslaved because they looked black like the people that they was already putting in slavery. But they won their cases because they was like, look, man, I'm not no African, I'm an Indian. And they won these cases. One of them is Huggins versus Wright in Virginia in 1806. One of them is Scipion versus Chateau in Missouri in 1805. One of them is the Evans family versus Jane Gibson descendant in Virginia in 1804, and Robbins versus Hardaway in 1772. These people won cases because they went to court and said, hey, y'all got me enslaved, but I'm not these African people over here. I'm indigenous. They won their freedom. So who is these people that they put in slavery?
Hold on.
And slavery, just because the country wasn't formed formally until 1776, don't mean that slavery wasn't already going on. So if you trace your lineage, hold on, I'm finna land my plane. If you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census or the 1900 census over here in America, and you classified as Negro or mulatto, you owed reparations. You're a foundation of Black American. You can listen to people trying to tell you, you ain't no damn Indian. You niggas is crazy. Y'all run around. Now you want to be pretending. First you wanted to be Egyptians, then you want to be a Hebrew Israelite. Now you want to be a Moor. We all that shit. We the oldest people on the planet. We're the oldest people on the planet. It was black people on this land thousands of years before slavery. But the people that got enslaved was the people that we considered Indian or Native Americans. Those people got enslaved with the black Africans that they brought over here and reclassified as Negro. And I'll land my plane with that, man. Peace, love, and reparation to you, Water God, man. Much love to you, bro. We behind y'all all the way, bro.
I feel you. I appreciate that, family.
Man, I'm glad he came in here, man. Woo wee!
Can I ask you something before you go?
That motherfucker was barbecuing.
No, but
somebody wanted to rebuttal him before we go.
Yes,
we got 15 minutes. We got 15 minutes.
Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm actually reading it right now. He's talking about Hutchins versus Wright, and it was a freedom suit decided in favor of the slave Jackie Wright by Virginia Supreme Court because in 1705 slavery it was illegal to enslave Indians. So there were no Indian slaves in Virginia from 1705 on up to, I guess, from that time period on.
Where you getting that from?
That's where Walter Plecker was. Bro, that's where Walter Plecker was. That's who did the reclassification. He reclassified the Indians as Negro. Those people was enslaved. And that's why they won the case. That's why they won the case, because the natives, they said, I'm Indian, I'm not no African. So yeah, the Indians was getting enslaved in Virginia. That was the main spot. Virginia, I think Philadelphia too, but it was all over America. People got reclassified as Negro. These were Native Americans.
I'm not arguing against that. I'm just reading the case. I'm just reading the case.
Okay,
so you see why? You see why I said? You see? Hey! You see what I said about 23andMe? You see who owns these companies putting out this ratchet, this bullshit, and then you read something, and then you read something from Google. You read something from Google talking all this shit about what it says. This is the trickery of these people.
Listen, man, on 23andMe, it say on the box for entertainment purposes only. It said on the box.
But this isn't about 23andMe. This is about something
No, I just use that as an example of what these people do to trick everybody. That's what they've been doing for hundreds of years, man. That's why a lot of people confused about who we really are.
What I'm saying
and also, listen, also they don't. The people that's classified as Native Americans now, they don't rely on that DNA bullshit. They go by paperwork. So they'll get online and tell you, what's your DNA? Have you done a DNA test? Them motherfuckers ain't did no DNA test.
They starting to do it now. They starting to do it now, and they finding out they fucking European and coming from Siberia, from Russia.
That's why they don't do the paperwork. They rely on that. I mean, that's why they don't do the DNA test, and they rely on that paperwork. You know, on these dolls roll lists that they paid that $5
right. Like I told them,
Native American. That's why you got.
Like I told them earlier.
Around here. You got Elizabeth Warren talking about she a damn Native American. And
they made it with the wrong goddamn people. Now they really fucked up. They didn't they didn't made it with the wrong people. I just said this earlier when I jumped on. I was explaining this to these people. That's what they get. That's what they get for they clever evilness. You didn't made it with the wrong people. Now you trapped.
I'll just post the Supreme Court case in the chat so that people can read it on their own.
That's fine. The whole point is Indians got enslaved. Who was that? Who was the Indians getting enslaved? People that's what I'm saying. If only 3% of the Africans made it over here, and the indigenous people got reclassified and put in slavery with them, you think them people didn't have babies? They had babies, man. That's how we got the 50 million.
Hold on a second. Bro, yo, you been on this live talking about you trying to find your information. You a black man and you making comments and you pulling shit out your ass right now. I'm gonna be rude to you right now because
no, I'm
not. No. Hold on a second. I'm not finished because
don't
You
want
sit
to
up here
see
trying to
actual
counter
records
the man. The
that
man
the guy
just
is actually
spoke.
saying there's a Supreme
The
Court case.
man just wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. The man just spoke. He's speaking facts. He's speaking historical facts. And you have the nerve to sit here with some of the stuff you don't know about your lineage, and you pulling up shit to counter the argument about this is not true. This is this court case here. This court case here. Why are you talking about you black? But then it sounds like you trying to counter the arguments and the historical facts that we making. You
Because
playing both sides of the coin, man.
information is as good as its source, dude.
But I'm saying you sound like you coming against us, man.
No,
Now
I'm
you can
not.
put this in the chat. People in the chat can say what I'm saying to you. Am I correct or am I incorrect? That he sound like he trying to go against us and making that comment after that man just barbecued information to you, and you sitting up here had to come up with some Google search and counter him about what's true and what's not true. Why are you doing that if you're a black man? Don't you want your reparations?
Well, let me answer you for a moment. And it's not from Google search. It's from the Virginia Supreme Court records. That's what I was doing. I was trying to verify what he was saying. And so I was going to read it to verify what he was saying, reinforcing his claim.
Well, speak differently, man, because it sounded like to me you was about to counter him or you was going to say something against. And you did that a couple times since I've been on this phone, brother. You've done that a couple times.
Are we not allowed to push back on things?
It's not about pushing back. It's about pushing us forward. Why are you pushing us back when we already know the brother just barbecued, man? He just barbecued the hell out of the motherfucking meat. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, so why are you trying to counter anything that we all been saying?
Did I not
this whole time? This is not the natural reaction of somebody who says, I'm a black American man. I'm an indigenous man. I come from this lineage. I come from this blood type. You should not be countering anything in any type of way. You should be trying to push us forward. Don't search on shit that don't push us forward. Don't be searching on shit that pushes us back or make us argue. Help the cause move forward.
Okay, here's the problem with what you're saying. The problem is that people like Thurgood Marshall had to do exactly what I was doing to verify the facts. And if you're not interested in verifying what people are saying, I don't know what to say about you. But when I found something, when he gave me the case number, and I said, well, let me look that up, which is what any rational person should do, instead of just taking something at face value, prima facie, as they say.
So check this out. So my family from Oklahoma, right? My records show that I'm from Oklahoma. My lineage show I'm from Oklahoma. Do you think that's not facts?
I can't even verify that.
Okay, but I'm telling you what I know. I have the records. I can show this. If I was in front of you, I would be able to show you this. But just because I'm speaking about this in a historical way, you're sitting up here telling me as a black man that you claim you are, you're going to sit here and say you don't know if that's verifiable?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so then there's no argument.
The difference is he gave me something that I could verify, and so I did.
Okay, good point.
That's the difference, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think everybody should do that, because just like you
Right,
said,
he's right about that. You're supposed to verify all of. You don't take nothing at face value. But I'm not finna get on here and say nothing that I ain't researched myself. But you are supposed to do that. You're supposed to fact check stuff. So he's not wrong with that. But I feel like he being a little disingenuous too, because he like, come on, man, I ain't never heard of that. So just because you ain't heard of it don't mean it ain't true. Like I said, this was like 91 or 92. I had never heard that before either. And we deal with oral tradition in the foundational Black American community, in the foundational Black American household. Our stuff is passed down orally. And they used to and look, not only that, my granddaddy who told me that, he was married to my grandmother, which her sister I can go talk to right now, my auntie, Aunt Willie B. Aunt Willie B is 96 years old right now. So I done verified this through her too. You see what I'm saying? She's 96. I can go talk to her right now. She don't drink, she don't smoke, she hallelujah, she Church of God in Christ, she don't do nothing. You know what I'm saying? So she heard. And we go celebrate her every year and all of that. But I asked her all kinds of stuff. And this was in the last 5 or 6 years when we really been stomping as Foundation of Black Americans and digging off into our history and all of that kind of stuff. I went and I picked her brain for real. So here go her information right here. Her mama name is Mary Bryant. She buried in Concord, and her mama's name, my great grandmama, her mother's name was Mary Bryant as well. They from Concord, Texas, and East Texas, Garrison, Texas. All three of them from there. And that's
So
who my granddaddy married her sister. So I know my great, you know what I'm saying? I know who my grandmother was and my grandfather. This is on my mama's side. My daddy, I don't know much about him in his lineage, but I know he's from Columbus, Ohio. But I ain't searched all this stuff. I just was heavy on my granddaddy stuff because he already told me we was Choctaw. So I just got
but
to
you
going
did
on
use the
that
word.
right
You did use the word. You did feel the same thing I did. You said you do feel like a few times you was being disingenuous. So I wasn't the only one that felt that way. He just said what I felt. I just didn't use the word disingenuous. So I ain't the only one that felt that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure I ain't the only one that's listening that's hearing the same thing that he just said about disingenuous. So it's nothing
Yeah,
that
that's
I
why
said
that's
that was
why I came up,
incorrect.
because I heard what he was saying about, he ain't never heard that before. A lot of us really ain't never heard that before, but when you dig and you start finding, because I've been seeing a whole bunch of Mexicans that's pretending that they Indians and they indigenous and all of that stuff. They talking bad to black folks. They're like, man, y'all some pretending. They got smoke for black folks that even saying we got any kind of indigenous heritage on this land. So I don't like it when black folks doing that. Look, bro, if you don't believe
Right.
information, you go search and go find the information yourself, but don't sit up here and say that we lying or we crazy or we don't know what we talking about. I know my granddaddy
Right.
was lying because I
When
went
did
and
I say
started
that?
doing the research.
Hey, I just got one question, bro. And I think that was me you was talking about with the, I never heard of it because I never really heard of it, bro. Until I heard it online or whatever when it came to the Indians. But that wasn't me talking a few minutes ago, though. You know what I'm saying? But the only question I really got is about the transatlantic slave trade, bro. Like, where are y'all getting the numbers from when it comes to the amount of people that actually came from Africa? Is that in the Powernomics book? And I'm not asking you to just give me the information. I want to research it myself or whatever, like y'all saying, look into it for myself and try to find out. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know where y'all getting that information from so I can look it up for myself.
Right. It's a whole. They got slave documents. That's the one thing about us. That's why we can talk so bold and why we can stand on what we saying, because we got slave documents. We got a whole bunch of slave documents. They got, because we was actual property. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's why
Yeah.
a lot of lynchings didn't happen until after slavery. Because you couldn't just be killing nobody property. Man, you done killed my nigger. Now I got to go replace my nigger. It was like a horse or a dog or something. We literally was these people property.
Or you got to pay me for
The
my property
insurance,
since you
yes,
killed them.
sir. Insurance,
Yes.
they put insurance on us and all of that's what the insurance companies was derived from. The banking systems, Wall Street, all of that
That's Wall
come from
Street.
us
Yes, sir.
because we were commodities. So they
Mm-hmm.
kept meticulous records on the people coming in and coming out. So like after 1808, they kind of stopped because that's when they said, it wasn't no more slavery. So it was against the law to be, importing slaves. So up until then, like in the 1700s and the 1600s, they got meticulous records of all the slaves that was coming in and out of here on them boats. But if I could, I don't know if I get off of here, it might mess me up, but I got it, I got it in my Google, the
Yeah.
exact number of people that came over here. It's
Yeah.
between 300,000 and 400,000.
Because
And
see,
that's
everything I
roughly
found, and I'm not
4%.
trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not
Yeah, that's
trying to
roughly 4%.
argue with you. I'm not trying to argue with you or nothing, bro. But that, like, everything I've seen was like 12 million or whatever, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But
No,
No, it
that
was
number's
12
been going
million.
down.
It was
It's been
12
going
million, but
down
I'm
for a
saying
long time. For many
right. It
years,
was
they've been
12
the
million.
numbers been dwindling for a long time, and
Well,
they're starting to find out that the number is not 12 million. It's
okay.
down
no,
to the
not
hundreds
because
of
see
thousands
that's
at
what
this
it is.
point.
Hold on. See, the 12 million is dispersed between Mexico, the Caribbeans, Haiti, and then
Mm-hmm.
over here. Only 3% of that 12 million came here. Only 3 to
Right.
4% came
Okay.
to America. These are the people that's owed the reparations. Reparations ain't for everybody. It ain't for the immigrants that just got here in the last since 1960 or 1970. No, it's for them people
Right.
that came over here and built the country from 1526 to 1865. That's who the
Fact.
reparations is for. And those people is well documented. That's what I was telling that guy. I don't know who I was speaking to, but if you can trace your
Mm-hmm.
lineage back to the 1870 census or the 1900 census, classified as Negro or mulatto, you owe reparations, whether your family was enslaved or not. Because you dealt with all the slavery and Jim Crow and all of that regardless, just like these Indians that got released.
Facts.
Them people still, they still qualify for reparations too if they got documentations going back to the 1870 census and the 1900 census.
American Indians already get reparations.
Right, but they still can get them based on being enslaved because
And
a
what's going to end up
majority of
and
them
what's going
got.
to be and
Yeah,
what's
go
going to end
ahead.
up happening is we're going to do a lawsuit on them because they
Right
shouldn't
for the
even have
one.
got
Yes,
the damn
sir. Yes,
money.
sir.
You know what
That's
I'm
the reason.
saying?
Look, Dr. Claude will tell you about the Treaty of 1866. That treaty was written because the red natives still had us enslaved. So the U.S. Army had to come make them let us go. So that's the
Mm-hmm.
reason the Treaty of 1866 was written, and we supposed to be getting the same land, all the same stuff they get, but they pushed us out. They pushed the black ones out, and so now
Right.
it really ain't no a bunch of them left. That's why you got majority of them is these, and that's why Obama, all these people give them billions of dollars every year. They know it's a finesse. They
Right.
Rachel Dolezal over there. They Elizabeth Warren over there. They fake $5
Right. Right.
getting this money
Right.
every
We
you see what I'm saying? But they
yeah.
kicked us out, and we the ones that really got a real claim to that.
Right.
And,
When
and
my
so
grandmother
that's
was
what.
born, I can't remember the town outside of Bristol, Oklahoma, but I've been there when I was a little kid. Cherokee Nation is literally like 200,000, 300,000 yards away. You could see the
Right.
teepees and everything from where that little town she was born at. It's right there. It's almost like they drew the line or outside of where the black indigenous people really, the true Indians were. They like
Yep.
literally drew the
Just
line
laughing in their
around.
face. And they just gave them a
Yeah,
bunch of land too. They just gave them a whole bunch of land in the last 3 to 4 years. They just gave them a whole bunch of more land, and all of them over there fake $5 Indians. Ain't none of them no real.
yeah, they Siberians. That's why I was saying to
They not
the
even
live
Siberians. These is
earlier.
white folks, man. These is white
Yeah,
folks that
yeah.
paid that $5 to get on that road, that Indian road. They not Dr. Claude. If you listen to, I think he was on what's the light skinned man name, man? He was on his show. I can't think of the man name. Tariq and all of them been on there, but
Oh, the
he was
one that
on
had
there.
the feathers and everything.
No, I'm saying the older man with the white beard, man. I forgot his show. But he was interviewing
Oh,
Dr. Claude. Dr. Claude said all of that on there. He was saying that a lot
yeah.
of not even. He said it's like 3 to 4% real Native Americans left. The rest of them is fake $5 Indians. And this
Right,
Dr.
right.
Claude, you know what I'm saying? When people want to try to buck us, well, I'm just a black man, and that did a little research or whatever. Dr. Claude said this. Dr. Claude got skin in the game. Dr. Claude done been in Congress. He done got laws
Mm-hmm.
written into Congress. So he know what he talking about.
Yeah.
And that's where I got, I got all his books. I got Powernomics, Dirty Little Secrets. I got all them books up there right now. So, but
And that's
yeah,
what I was saying. That's why I was saying the most powerful, brilliant people on the planet is right
right,
here in
right
USA.
here,
You know what
right
I'm
here.
saying? And it didn't even take us time to figure this all out. We did this in record time, yo. And now all this game they've been doing, this evilness they've been doing to us has backfired. They trapped themselves. and now you didn't poke the bear, and now everything's gonna come to its fruition, and we gonna take their ass to court because they shouldn't have got the money they did, and it should have came to us. And all this other stories that we talk
This
about,
how I feel, bro.
reparations.
If you disagree with it, if you like, man, it ain't never gonna happen, man, just step to the side. Man, just step to
Word.
because I guarantee you when they start cutting them checks, your ass gonna get right in line. These people gonna get their ass right. The main ones talking against it, saying it ain't never gonna happen and all of that stuff. When they start cutting them checks, man, these people, them same people is gonna be right in line waiting on their check. They
So
gonna do it. So let us fight. Yeah, let us fight.
Yeah, it don't really. So there's nothing more to say. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no questions to be had here. Everybody didn't figure this shit out already. Even y'all that's trying to say, well, I can't find this, this information. I can't. That's where you got to go to work. You got to do your homework. You got to do your research. But you can't come on a space like this and start doubting the people what we saying. Even the people in the chat that know they know their lineage, know their DNA, know their story. Y'all can't doubt these people. These people know who they are. And so for you to come in this space and start talking like this or doubting what we're saying, oh, we can't verify that. Well, we're not asking you to verify. Like the brother said, if you don't know, you don't understand, step aside, yo.
All right, I step aside, bro. I
Yeah,
catch y'all later, man.
Hey, bro, that one for you. That one for you, man. It sounds like you genuinely want to know. I can, man. If I get off of this deal to try to find that picture that I got and the information I got in my Google, I might not be able to even come back up, man. It ain't no way I can pin it up or nothing like that. But you can. I don't know if you can leave me your information or something. I can get you the information. If you really want to learn, I can tell you what I know. I can give you the information I got. I ain't like that. You know what I'm saying? It's about the disingenuous people or people are like, it's a certain kind of person. But I don't get that vibe from you. I feel like you just really want to learn. Not doctor, but Chase McGee got a couple of books too. You can look him up. I just recently bought his books. It got 13 black scholars who admitted that there were black people in the Americas before Columbus. And then volume 2 is 19 white men who admitted that there were indigenous people in the Americas. Now, these are 2 books you can look up. All you got to do is go on Amazon and look up Chase McGee. But Chase McGee is on YouTube. You can get it from his, it's better to get it from his site. So them 2 books that I got from him too. I got the Aztec book sitting up there. I got a Mayan book sitting up here. Man, you know what I'm saying? As soon as they start talking about what we ain't, I start going to find it about what we is, bro. So that's what I be doing. But if there's some way you can send me your information or pin it back in the
I'll put my email in the bag, bro. If you can, just send me some of the stuff, bro. Cause
this be one business. This be one business, and I'll send you all the stuff that I got. Yeah.
For sure.
Hey, right on, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot, man, because I need a little help, trying to tell these people what the deal is, and I was kind of struggling a little bit, but I know what the fuck I mean. I know who I am. So I'm not gonna sit here and argue with somebody that's doubting what I'm saying and all the historical stuff we've been talking about. And it was beautiful for you to step up on the stage and hit them how you hit them. I really appreciate that.
Hey man, I'm just an FBA brother that's down with the cause, man. I don't know everything. I'm not no leader. I'm like brother Neely Fuller. I'm still learning. I ain't never finna sit up
we
here.
all learning. We all learning, and that's the beautiful thing about it. You stepped up right on time because I was getting frustrated. I was starting to get mad a little bit, but I'm glad you came in when you came in because it was an important time in this discussion. You know what I'm saying? And I'm glad there's some people, the brother you speaking to, that want to know. If he genuinely want to know, because he having a hard time trying to figure this out. He met some brothers like yourself that he's saying, yeah, man, I'm gonna give you my email. And that's B1 right there. That's what we do.
I got it. And see, our fools were water tough. Water probably think I'm just trying to pump him up, but man, I fool with Water tough. I don't even know how. I just stopped one time. I be listening to people, and how people put stuff in the because people always be dissing FBA, and they can't do nothing with content on their own, so they got to put FBA out in they pinups, in their descriptions to even get people to click on their shit. And I don't know. One day I just clicked on Water, man. He was going in. I forgot what you was even talking about the first time I ever heard you. But it was a rap after that. I said, man, this young cat on it. Because we own it, we got to push the young cats forward, man. We got to push these young cats for the future.
And I said to him when I first met Water G, I said, man, stay on course. Your timing gonna hit perfect, because he was talking about the Black Caucus. The Black Caucus gonna come into a major effect when we get to close to like May, June, July, and this channel gonna explode, because when you bring these subjects back up, it's gonna be the perfect time. It's gonna be the perfect time for us to be talking about this, because we need to get rid of these tethers that's in our Black caucuses nationwide.
Right, exactly. If they ain't talking how we want them to talk, we getting them up out of there. And Water, man, I'm sorry, man. Before I go, man, I just want to say, man, sorry for your loss. I forgot to tell you about that, man. Hey, I seen that, and I left you a message, but I know a bunch of people did. But I just wanted to say that to you too, bro. We pushing strength and everything your way, bro. We pushing peace your way and all of that, man. Sorry for you.
I didn't even know. I'm sorry. I'm late on that. What happened? When the family members
lean on us.
Father Cherokee, man, he passed, man, a couple days ago. So.
Oh, my bad, man. I'm sorry. I didn't know, man. My condolences.
Yeah.
Yeah, condolences to you, bro. I don't want to dampen the spirit of none, but it just hit me. You know what I'm saying? And I just want to be, formal with my, with everything, dealing with the young guy, man. But man, I love all of y'all, man. We're gonna get it.
Yeah, Mama
Can
Lisa.
y'all hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry about that. I done dozed off again. I'm sorry about your daddy and all, but I sure enjoy the conversations. I'm so sorry. I didn't know I was even still back here.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. You had to get your sleep. I know we was on loan tonight, man, and it was good talking to y'all. Anytime I get to hang out with y'all, man.
I enjoyed it.
But
we just gotta stay on course. We just gotta stay on course.
Yeah, we definitely do a better job of that, because we want to get some conversations. We're gonna tap in tomorrow, man, and we're gonna get better at making sure we stay on our lineage business. I know how I can get talking to people though, and everybody get their turn, but I didn't even expect this conversation tonight. I couldn't stand it anymore with what I was hearing, man. You saw me in the chat, man. I was like, what? Let me up in here, but it was a great discussion. I'm glad we ironed a lot of stuff out, and I really appreciate your channel. I appreciate what you're doing as a young God over here. And man, it's a beautiful thing. It's gonna all come together. It's gonna all come together. For real. I believe that 100%, man. And listen, everybody, I appreciate y'all for the blessing to my dad, man. I appreciate that, man. But it's nothing better than me conversating with y'all and us having a good time. So we're gonna tap in tomorrow. I appreciate everybody, man. Everybody who tapped in and donated to the channel, man. We're gonna keep doing what we're doing and just bring in truth, to the channel. So we're gonna stay on stubborn next time, Mickey. We got to do a better job at that. But listen, I will catch y'all tomorrow. Peace and love. Y'all have a good night, and y'all stay blessed, man. Peace and love.
Peace.
Peace and love.